Supervisors loaded in. All right, good morning. It is Tuesday, May 4th, 2021, and we're going to call to order the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Could we get a roll call, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo and Lopez appearing via video conference, and Supervisor Root Askew, Phillips, and Adams appearing in person.
Thank you. Les Gerard, are there any additions or corrections to closed session today?
There are none today, Chair.
All right, we have closed session items number 1A through E as listed on the agenda. Is there any public comment on our closed session for today? We have nobody in chambers. Well, we have, our security in chambers. Hello, thank you for joining us today. Do we have anyone on Zoom? Nope. All right, we will close public comment for our closed session items, and we will recess to closed session. We'll be back here at 10:30 to reconvene as the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. We'll see you then. Thanks.
All right, I'm gonna try the, yeah.
Good morning, buenos dias. This is Diego, your official interpreter for today's meeting, reporting in. Hi,
Good morning,
Valerie.
Diego. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Diego? No, if you can hear me. Good morning, Diego. He's ignoring me then. Yeah, I know.
Mic check. Mic check 12. Mic check 12.
Clerk's mic, clerk's mic. Oh my God, this thing keeps on going off.
Number 8. Number 8. Mic number 6. Mic number 6. Mic number 3. Mic number 3.
Wireless mic 2, wireless mic 2.
Mic number 2. Mic number 2. Podium is on. Podium is on.
Mic 1, mic 1. Have Wi-Fi? I'll put 'em. Good morning, welcome back. It is Tuesday, May 4th, 2021, and we are calling to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Could we get a roll call, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo and Lopez appearing via video conference, and Supervisor Root, Askew, Phillips, and Adams appearing in person.
Thank you. Could we get an announcement of our interpretation services today? Thank you, Jocelyn.
Buenos días, Jocelyn Martínez, intérprete español. Se le anuncia que hay interpretación en vivo disponible vía Zoom. Selecciona el globo al pie de su pantalla usando su computadora o teléfono inteligente, podrá tener acceso. En estos momentos este servicio no está disponible para aquellos que llaman a la Junta. Gracias.
Thank you. For anyone who's joining us on YouTube or Facebook, you are also welcome to join us on Zoom if you'd like to engage in public comment. The webinar ID number is 224-397-747. Next up, I would like to invite Dana Edgol, our Behavioral Health Service Manager 2 from Behavioral Health Department, to join us and lead in the Pledge of Allegiance. While we get Dana set up online, I just want to recognize Dana as a licensed clinical social worker with over 25 years of experience working with children, youth, and families, served by our Behavioral Health Bureau and the community agencies. She works with multiple agency collaboratives to develop innovative community-based mental health programs to meet the needs of young children aged 0 to 5 and transition-age youth aged 16 to 25. She currently leads prevention efforts focused on reducing stigma and providing community education to help connect people to mental health resources. I really enjoyed the opportunity to work with Dana on the Monterey County Maternal Mental Health Task Force. She's also the acting Ethnic Services Manager for Monterey County Behavioral Health. And we are thrilled to have you with us today, Dana, to lead us in the pledge.
Thank you, Wendy. Can you hear me okay?
We can, yes.
Okay, great. So I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. And now I'm getting nervous and I can't remember the rest of the pledge, Wendy, for which it stands. One nation, under God, indivisible. Oh, I'm so sorry. With liberty and justice for all. I apologize.
It is. They put you on the spot with the camera and the microphone and everyone's watching. It's stressful, Dana. I hear you. I feel it. I feel it.
Thank you for your patience with me.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I think you'll be staying with us for one of our resolutions in a couple moments.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Fabulous. Thank you. All right. What's next? Do we have any additions or corrections to our agenda today?
There are no additions and corrections to this agenda.
All right. And this is the Water Resources Agency public comment. So anyone who has a public comment for items not on the agenda, not on the Water Resources Agency agenda, this would be the time for public comment. Do we have anyone? I'm not seeing any hands raised. So we will go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to our consent calendar. We have a few items on our consent calendar. Do my colleagues have any items that they'd like to pull? Got to look around a bunch of places today. We've got people everywhere. All right, I don't see anything to be pulled, so I'd be happy. Well, any public comment on the consent calendar? Public comment on our consent? Seeing none, I'll close public comment on the consent calendar, bring it back to my colleagues.
Move consent, Madam Chair.
Fabulous. I have a motion from
Second.
Supervisor Phillips, a second from Supervisor Adams, and we'll do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Thank you. With that, the motion carries. We have a scheduled item at 10:30 today for Water Resources Agency. I do have a total of 15 minutes set aside for this item, so if we could work to keep our presentation on time and our comments within that allotted time frame, that would be fabulous. I'm happy to welcome Shauna Murray from the Water Resources Agency. Thank you, Shauna.
Good morning, Chair Root Askew and members of the board. Shauna Murray, Operations Manager at the Water Resource Agency. So today's action is to recommend considering adopting a resolution to appoint one member of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency Board of Supervisors to serve as delegate and one member of the Monterey County Water Resource Agency Board of Supervisors to serve as an alternate on the Pajaro Regional Flood Management Agency Board of Directors. The Pajaro Regional Flood Management Agency was approved through the approval of a joint powers agreement, joint exercise of powers agreement on February 23rd, 2021. So it is now a joint powers authority. There's no financial impact to this action. As you know, the purpose of the Pajaro Regional Flood Management Agency is to exercise the common powers of its member agencies to reduce flood risk to lives and property of the lower Pajaro River system. And one of the first actions that needs to be taken to stand up this new agency is to appoint members of the board of directors. So the city of Watsonville and the county of Santa Cruz have already appointed a member each. Today we'll be appointing one from the Monterey County Water Resource Agency. The county of Monterey will be coming forward shortly with an appointment request. And Zone 7 of Santa Cruz Flood Control Water Conservation District is scheduled to make their appointment on June 8th. So the board of directors responsibilities are outlined in the joint powers agreement, and they serve at the pleasure of their appointing authority and will hold office until a successor takes the oath of office. This board will designate a principal office location and when and where they will be meeting. They'll be complying with the Brown Act. They will not be able to cast proxy or absentee votes, and each member shall have an equal vote. So in the agreement, the members are specified as follows. So one member shall be the Monterey County Supervisor for District 2. So the County of Monterey has already designated that District 2 will be their board member. Therefore, one member shall be selected from the Monterey County Water Resource Agency Board of Supervisors from among its members, and each board member needs to have an alternate. Therefore, the agency, the Water Resource Agency Board of Supervisors, must select from the remaining supervisorial districts 1, 3, 4, or 5. That concludes my presentation. And this again is today's action.
Great. Thank you so much, Shauna, for bringing this forward. Given this is in a District 2 issue, I want to give Supervisor Phillips a chance to speak. If there's someone that you'd like the opportunity to work with on this agency, I would definitely put my name into the mix. I'd be interested in serving, but I definitely want to give you the chance to weigh in on this.
Well, first of all, this is an exciting thing with where we're moving forward on the Pajaro River, and it's always kind of been a forgotten area a little bit because we focus everything on the Salinas River so much and the Carmel River, and even myself, I wasn't very attuned to the problems on the Pajaro River until I became a supervisor and didn't have a choice but to start learning about it, and it was brought up to speed by Supervisor Calcagno. But and as I understand it, has to be an elected official. It can't be, I just wanted to verify that it can't be someone on the Water Resource Agency who's appointed by us. Is that correct, Shauna?
Yeah, that's correct. It needs to be a board of supervisor.
Okay. Well, from my standpoint, any of my colleagues I would welcome on this. So I don't know who else is interested in serving on it, but I welcome you or any of my other colleagues.
Great, thank you. We have two hands raised. I'll go to Supervisor Alejo and then Supervisor Chris Lopez.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to weigh in and express my interest in serving. As everyone knows, Watson was my hometown, and when I served as a mayor and as vice mayor, city council member, my district was on the opposite side of the Pajaro River, on, you know, just as you crossed over the bridge on West Front and all that area. But it's also something that I worked on closely as a state assembly member. My family was impacted by the 1995 Pajaro floods that damaged their home and their property. But something that I've also studied, you know, everyone knows that the Pajaro River is not just something of Santa Cruz County, but the rivers flow from Santa Clara and San Benito County. But during major storms, they flush out near Watsonville and out into the ocean. But something that I'm definitely interested on, obviously, just because of my background, my experience with the Pajaro River, that I'd be interested in serving in this capacity. And finally, you know, we're making ground on something that despite efforts by John Laird to secure $35 million in the budget when he was the Assembly Budget Chair, there hasn't been much movement since then to advance the work that is needed. But finally, with some of the work with Congressman Panetta and some of the receptivity of the Army Corps of Engineers, there's good steps being done to advance the work, but much more to be done in future years, especially looking at how to pay for the amount of levee work that needs to be done and flood management work that needs to be done in future years. It's not cheap, and that's something that's always the price tag has always scared those local residents. But perhaps with some additional augmented in state and federal funding, we might be able to move forward on finding those long-term funding solutions.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, this will be one seat that I don't have interest in sitting on, only for the reason that right now my schedule is completely full and my staff would probably have some choice words if I said yes. So, you know, considering Supervisor Alejo's connection, I'm comfortable moving Supervisor Alejo as the appointment with Supervisor Askew as the alternate as requested of 2 positions by staff in the report. So that's where I'm sitting today. Thank you.
I'd second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Supervisor Adams.
You know, I like to take the lead from the chair of the board who expressed interest in serving on this committee. So I would make a substitute motion to nominate Chair Askew for the position, with the alternate being Supervisor Alejo.
So we have for the sake of engaging, I'll second that motion. So we have a substitute motion and a substitute motion with a second, and an initial motion and a second. I'm going to bring it back to Supervisor Phillips for any final comments before we vote.
Well, frankly, I don't like to be put in this position, but I do think with Supervisor Alejo's background and knowledge of this, and we'll have to be working with the state, and we have to be working with the people on the other side of the river, Santa Cruz County. I would, all things being equal, I would lean towards Supervisor Alejo.
Sure. All right. So we will. We've got to. Do we get to speak, Charles?
Yeah. Also point of clarification. If my memory serves me correct, Shauna, the County Board of Supervisors also has to appoint an alternate to Supervisor Phillips, the District 2 seat. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Oh.
At a future meeting, we'll bring that.
Okay. So that will come second. Okay. We have a motion to appoint Askew with Alejo as a alternate. We'll take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
No.
Supervisor Phillips?
No.
Supervisor Lopez?
No.
Supervisor Adams? And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. All right, that motion fails. We'll go to our original motion, which was a motion to appoint Supervisor Alejo with Askew as an alternate. Could we get, I'm sorry, we needed to do public comment on that. My apologies. Okay, so let's do public comment on these motions, and then we can continue. Is there any public comment in the audience? Any public comment on Zoom? Seeing none, we'll close public comment, bring it back to vote. Do we need to revote, Les, or can we just move on to the original motion?
You can move on to the original motion.
Okay, thank you. So we'll do a vote on the original motion was, again, Supervisor Alejo as primary with Askew as chair. Could we get a roll call, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
No.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
I'll support the motion. Thank you. Okay, that motion passes, and we will bring back at a future date. We have an additional alternate that needs to be appointed to that seat for the 2nd district seat.
You mean for the county?
From the county?
No, that'll come back at a future meeting.
Okay, that'll come back at a future meeting. Okay, wonderful. So we can move on. We will adjourn the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resource Agency. We will reconvene as the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, meeting on our public agenda items. Could we get a roll call, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo and Lopez appearing via video conference, and Supervisors Phillips, Root Askew, and Adams appearing in person.
Great. Are there any additions or corrections on our public agenda today?
There are additions and corrections. There's a correction to the ceremonial resolutions for item number 5. That is requested to be pulled from the agenda to be brought back on Tuesday, May 11th, 2021. And there's a correction to the Department of Social Services consent calendar, and that is item number 3 is in receipt of a revised board report.
Consent item number 3. 33, all right. Okay, thank you. So our ceremonial resolutions, we have items number 2 through 6 today. We are going to try to keep our ceremonial resolutions wrapped up by 11:10. So we'll work our way through them. I'd be happy to entertain a motion, though, to to approve our ceremonial resolutions before we begin presentations.
So moved.
Lopez seconds.
Oh, good. Thank you. So we have a motion from Adams, a second from Lopez. Do we have any public comment on our ceremonial resolutions today? Seeing none, I will close public comment, and we will bring it back for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Thank you. Very good. So we will begin with item number 2, which is a resolution of the Board of Supervisors honoring Public Service Recognition Week and employees providing public services. And I'd like to introduce Catherine Crusade and Arturo Roque from Human Resources to give a brief presentation.
Good morning, Chair Root Askew and other members of the board. I'm here as, again, I'm Catherine Crusade, the county's employee engagement manager, and I'm here. I'd like to introduce Arturo Roque, my colleague in HR, and we're going to make a very brief presentation. This is Public Service Recognition Week, and Public Service Recognition Week actually runs May 2nd, so it started on Sunday, to May 8th, and it's an annual event. It initially launched in 1985, so this is the 36th year, and the purpose is to honor those employees who are serving on the federal, state, local, and tribal government level, serving the public. And it's also an opportunity to connect county employees with the people that we serve. And as part of that connection, the Human Resources Department launched a campaign called I Chose a Career in Public Service. And we invited all employees to submit their message and their picture, and we'll show you some of them. And these are employees from various county departments. And there was a theme that really came across with these submissions, and that is that our county employees really want to make a difference, and they really want to have a positive impact in the community where they live. Some of them were born and raised here as well. So we received several submissions, and last week we started posting on our social media sites. That's Instagram and Facebook. And as you can see, the initial post was of the election team with their messages. And this was kind of an attention-grabbing teaser post, inviting our followers on social media to check back yesterday, Monday, May 3rd, to help us start celebrating Public Service Recognition Week. And then throughout the week, each day, we're going to have additional photos posted of our employees holding their messages. And we've also posed a question for our followers to answer, and that is, how have county services made a difference in your life and the life of others? And so far, we've gotten several likes. And finally, I just want to wrap up by reminding all county employees that you matter, your contribution matters, you're valued, and you're appreciated. Thank you.
We will be sure to deliver to you. And oh, Yvonne, I didn't see you. Let me. I'll come.
Microphones are muted, so we can't hear you guys.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Chair Askew and board members. Yvonne Walker with the County of Monterey Human Resources Department. We appreciate you adopting the resolution for acknowledging the Recognition Week, Public Service Recognition Week. Irma Ramirez-Bao is not able to join us this morning. However, she asked us, Ariana and I, to accept this resolution on behalf of all County Monterey employees. And we recognize that this has been an exceptionally difficult year as employees, but whether you have been on the front line providing direct service to Monterey County residents, or whether you have been a part of the infrastructure support system, you are greatly valued and equally valued. And we just encourage you to keep up the great work. You are making a difference in providing quality services to Monterey County residents. Thank you.
All right, any additional comments from my colleagues? All right, we will move on. Thank you so much for being here with us today, Yvonne and Ariana. We appreciate everything that you guys are doing to take care of our county team. Next up, we have a resolution presented recognizing May 3rd through 7th as Maternal Mental Health Awareness Week in Monterey County. And I am thrilled that Supervisor Lopez, that you brought this forward as a dad with young ones. I know that you know and you see and the significance of taking care of our new families and our new parents. So I'll pass the microphone over to Supervisor Lopez and Dana Edgell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, you know, the importance and relevance of this particular topic is not lost on me, especially during this particular crisis that we're in, as people feel more isolated. And having having recently had a child come into my world and knowing all the changes that that brings, and the fact that it's not like a movie, right? It's not this beautiful, it's beautiful, but it's not just this perfect at every moment of the day. It's waking up at 2, 2:30, 2:45, 3:15, 3:45, 4 a.m. That lack of, my wife always says, sleep deprivation is real when you have a new child, and the impacts that that has on mental health are significant. So I want to thank Dana for helping me bring forward this resolution today to really put some light on some of the key statistics that include that here in California, 21% of pregnant and postpartum women are affected by a maternal mental health condition. With the prevalence being higher in certain populations, 1 in 4 African American and Latino mothers in California report depressive symptoms, as well as half of all mothers living in poverty. In Monterey County, it's estimated that more than 15% of pregnant and postpartum women experience depression symptoms. We know that the social determinants, including socioeconomic status, race, and ethnicity, also can prevent people from seeking the treatment that they deserve and deserve access to in our communities. Through routine screenings, increased awareness, and culturally sensitive holistic approaches, we can work towards preventing maternal mental health disorders and work towards ensuring families have resources, support, and treatment in their communities close to them. And so making sure that we shine the light on this particular issue during a time when the stress has been elevated by things outside of most families' control is critically important to me. It's deeply personal, and I just want to thank Dana for helping me bring this forward and give her the opportunity to share a few words with us this morning. Thank you, Dana.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. You did a beautiful job, and you stole some of my talking points. So we have a mind meld going on. So my remarks will be shorter, which I'm sure everyone will appreciate. I did want to take a minute and really thank Chair Askew for this opportunity and the Board of Supervisors, and to also recognize Gail Root, who is Wendy Root Askew's mother, who was instrumental in creating the Maternal Mental Health Task Force for Monterey County. And Chris, as you mentioned, the statistics regarding women experiencing rates of perinatal and postpartum depression, kind of pre-pandemic, were around 20%. And a recent study has shown that number has risen due to a lot of the impacts and the stressors that many of us know of. And so the recent statistics are as high as 72 and 41% respectively for pregnant and postpartum women have rates of maternal mental health conditions. And so that is concerning to us. We do have some reason for hope in Monterey County. We have a very solid maternal mental health task force that has been working effectively over the past about 5 years or so. And most recently, the task force worked diligently to strengthen partnerships and convene stakeholders to submit grant proposals to the Central California Alliance for Health. And so 3 entities in our county were awarded funding, which allowed CSUMB to provide a 3-part maternal mental health webinar series. We had fabulous attendance and very positive outcome for the surveys, where we had over 150 people attend each session. Our health department clinics received a $1.8 million grant to focus on screening for substance use and maternal mental health conditions, as well as to link women to the care and treatment that they need. And so that's really fabulous. And our other organization, Door to Hope, also received funding through CCAH. And you'll be happy to know, Chris, that they're focusing those efforts in our South Monterey County and really working with Indigenous communities, because there's a lot of need there. One key area where we are all needed is in decreasing the stigma that surrounds maternal mental health. We need to let all mothers know that they matter and that there's no shame in needing help. And it's very normal and common to have challenges during pregnancy and after giving birth. Unfortunately, we do hear from women that they don't reach out for help. They're afraid of system involvement. They're afraid that their children will be removed. And this is particularly true in communities of color, where many folks have had past negative experiences with systems. And so all of us play a role in addressing this issue. It impacts us across our society. We know that we can truly prevent mental health conditions from happening in the first place when we really support women in addressing their own trauma, So when women have experienced adverse childhood experiences themselves, and they're not able to process and heal from that trauma, then their children are more likely to experience ACEs. And so we all have an opportunity in our community to help break this cycle of intergenerational transmission of trauma by helping women and families get the resources and supports that they need in a timely manner. So as we all have a role to play in supporting mothers, and this starts with all of us in understanding maternal mental health and normalizing the need for help. And I'm confident that together we can make a difference in the lives of families in Monterey County and beyond. So thank you very much to the Board of Supervisors for allowing me to share some words and for approving this resolution.
You, Dana.
Thank you so much, Dana, for the work that you're doing and the work that the entire group of maternal mental health task force members are doing. We've come a long way in a fairly short period of time to make sure that all moms and parents in Monterey County don't have to suffer in silence and get the support that they need. Any other comments from my colleagues? Otherwise, we'll move on to our next presentation. All right. Thank you so much, Dana. It's great to have you with us today. Our next presentation is item number 4, which is a resolution proclaiming May 2021 as Mental Health Matters Month in Monterey County. And we again have Supervisor Chris Lopez, I believe, with Dana Edgegold to present a brief bit about this resolution.
I'm going to see if Dana wants to go first this time, just because I love the green pin on her shirt there, and I know all that it means to our community. And I'm going to go ahead and let you give the intro remarks this time, Dana.
Okay, Chris, we'll do a good job tag teaming, I'm sure. So again, thank you so much for this opportunity. One of the most important steps that we can take together as a community is, as Wendy just said, to end the silence that surrounds mental health and have conversations where we talk about the fact that mental health is part of our overall health and well-being. And in fact, over 50% of us, so more than half of us, will experience a mental health condition in our lifetime. And we know that what prevents us from seeking care and treatment is the stigma and the shame that unnecessarily surrounds having a mental health condition. In our society, there's a lot of pressure to act as if everything's okay, when in reality, inside we're not doing that well. And a lot of us are suffering from depression and anxiety. And this year in Monterey County, we're recognizing May as Mental Health Matters Month, and we're participating in a statewide campaign where the hashtag is Hope for Change. We know that many of us across California, our nation and beyond, have experienced unprecedented challenges during this past year. One of the silver linings is this has really illuminated the fact that our mental health and our physical health is really interconnected, and we need to pay equal attention to both our physical and our mental well-being. So Monterey County Behavioral Health is really encouraging everyone to learn more about mental health conditions and their warning signs so that we can take action when needed, because we know that the sooner that someone receives care and treatment for mental health, the better the outcomes, and most importantly, it reduces unnecessary suffering. In order to help our community members learn more about mental health, Monterey County Behavioral Health will be hosting a variety of workshops and events. They will be focused on how to take care of our mental health in English and Spanish. And in fact, tomorrow, I'm honored to be partnering with the Epicenter. They're a local youth serving organization. We will be offering a workshop on how to take care of your mental health for youth and young folks. So that'll be at 4:30. There will be additional workshops on taking care of your mental health for general audiences, as well as suicide prevention and awareness workshops. And then to wrap things up, we know that everyone would like a chance to relax. And so we're offering some virtual sound baths. And so all of that information can be found on our website, Monterey County Behavioral Health's website, which is www.mtyhd.org, and then /BH. And we have a calendar of events, some other helpful information. And I really just want to say thank you to the Board of Supervisors and for all of our residents who I know really care about one another and understand the importance of taking care of our mental health. And together we can hope for change. So thank you, Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Dana. I just wanted to build on that and share that, you talked a little bit about ACEs in your last presentation. And as we know, this pandemic has likely given one more point in terms of that scale to nearly every child in Monterey County, California, and the world. And so as we look at mental health as a community, it's really about reducing that stigma. And to that effect, I want to thank every single member of the Behavioral Health Commission who we have some really long meetings, but they're long because they're productive. And we have an incredible group of people from throughout Monterey County from all walks of life, retired people, law enforcement, as well as, folks who are attorneys with the County of Monterey who participate, share their perspective. And it touches all of us, whether you see it today or not. That's part of reducing the stigma, shedding light on the fact that these issues are prevalent throughout our community and we together can overcome them is important. And so as we go through this pandemic together and as we hopefully have turned the corner on it, I encourage everybody to educate themselves, take the time to learn a little bit about mental health in our community and participate in some of these opportunities to educate, but also overcome some of that stigma. And so with that, I will turn it back to you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleagues for supporting this resolution to help shed light on this critical issue in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Thank you. Supervisor Lopez, thank you for representing the board on the Behavioral Health Commission. That's a really important assignment, and I know that you have really dug into the issues, and I really appreciate you bringing these forward to us to recognize and to learn more ourselves. And Dana, thank you again for joining us. Again, colleagues, any additional comments on this one? Otherwise, we will move right along to our next resolution, which is item number 6, adopting a resolution commending Mario Ginez, Mechanic 2, to the County Administrative Office's Fleet Management Division for his 25 years of dedicated service to the County of Monterey upon his retirement. And I'd like to pass the microphone over to Supervisor Luis Alejo to make some comments. Thank you.
Traffic is going to be very short. Mr. Mario Ginez was not able to make it today for personal reasons, but I did want to just give a commendation to his team that wanted to make sure they honored their colleague in the CAO's Fleet Management Division. And I just wanted to personally thank him for 25 years of dedicated public service to Monterey County. So a salute to him, to his family, and we wish him a happy retirement. Thank you, Mario, for everything you did for the people of Monterey County. It's much appreciated. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Wonderful. All right, moving on to our appointments. We have appointments number 7 through 12 as a consent grouping. Is there any public comment on our appointments today? Seeing no hands raised, we'll close public comment on appointments, and I'd be happy to entertain a motion from my colleagues.
I'll make a motion to approve the appointments.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Supervisor Adams with a second from Phillips. Could we get a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. All right, our motion carries, and a big thank you to all of the volunteers who are being appointed to serve as advisors on a number of different county boards and commissions. Next up, we have our consent calendar. Consent today consists of items number 22 through 46. We have a revised report for item number 33. Are there any items that that my colleagues would like to pull from consent today?
Yes.
Supervisor Adams?
Yes, I would like to pull item number 24 for some clarification.
24, okay, and Supervisor Alejo?
Number 38 and 39.
38 and 39. Any others? Any items on the consent that the public would like to pull from today's agenda? Seeing no hands raised for the public, I'll close public comment on consent items, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Adams, did you want to speak to item number 24?
Yes, thank you very much. This item has to do with Natividad Medical Center and a contract adding $15 million for revised total agreement amount not to exceed $45,563,000. And unfortunately, the financing statement in the staff report does not really spell out where the significant funding will be coming from or whether or not it is appropriated. And I just wanted staff to be able to provide a bit more detail now and have it included in the record as part of our authorization. So I think we would need to hear from someone in Natividad Medical Center's finance department.
Do we have anyone from Natividad Medical Center on the line?
Yes, this is Daniel Leon.
Thank you, Daniel.
Good morning, Chair Askew and Supervisors. Yes, the agreement in front of you, actually, it is not going to just one vendor, Focus One. Focus One is actually sort of a broker, and they facilitate, the recruitment for temporary nursing. And actually, the amount that we have been asking over the past, years, it goes out to about 61 different nursing vendors. And the funding, for the amount you requested, will be coming from, two sources, operations, but majority of, the costs, will be paid through the CARES, Act related to COVID funding.
Does that answer your question, or do you want more?
It does. My thought is that there also is something to the effect that because we have a higher number of people in the hospital, therefore we need more nurses. Essentially, that's really part of it, right?
Yes, that is correct. Actually, pre-COVID, we normally, had about, 30 to 40 travelers. During the COVID, surges, both in July and December, we went up as high as 120 traveler nurses. In addition to that, the cost increased, due to the rate increases. Normally, on an average, pre-COVID, we paid about $90 to $100 per hour for travelers. Currently, the rates are about $185 per hour.
It's pretty impressive. Maybe I chose the wrong career path. Okay. Thank you so much for your comments. I think that takes care of my concerns. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I wanted it to be on the record. Thanks.
Thank you. Did I hear someone else? Was that Chris jumping in? No? Okay. Supervisor Alejo, did you want to comment on 38 and 39?
Yes, ma'am. I want to just pull those for a separate vote, as I won't be able to support those. These were two of the three items related to the sheriff's budget that came back to the budget committee last Wednesday. The one on the enterprise vehicle contract, I think, will be on for next week. But these two kind of go together. They're with the Indemnia regarding LifeScan technology contract in the amount of almost or a little bit over $3.8 million. The concerns I have with it is that this was a sole source contract for amount of this size. It didn't go through a typical RFP process. So we don't have the advantage of getting competitive prices or to see what other technologies the companies could have offered to meet the needs of our sheriff department. This was a contract that opened up 10 years ago with Indemnia, and because they had the existing contract, the claim was that they're the only company that could do this work, and that they're the only company that is approved by the DOJ to do iCloud storage for this LifeScan technology that obviously needs the storage capabilities. But I did ask budget staff to try to verify whether that was true, whether if there were other LifeScan technology companies that could provide iCloud storage. There seems that would seem to be the standard today with everything going iCloud storage. But I wonder if our budget staff were able to verify if there were actually other companies that could provide the ice storage capabilities for this technology.
Is that a question for Dwayne
Yeah,
or someone with county
Mr.
budget?
Mr. Vega or Mr. Woods?
Yep. Okay. Do we have Mr. Vega or Mr. Woods on the line? Yep, I see Mr. Woods. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you to the chair. We were not able to determine yet whether or not they were in fact a sole source. the only available operator or that could provide this service via cloud services. We're still looking into that. However, working through the purchasing group, what we were able to determine that the exception to going out to RFP on this contract was not a sole source, it was a preferred vendor that the sheriff office has submitted as a preferred vendor, and given that they're already currently the vendor in place and just transferring to the cloud service. But we're still looking into whether or not there are other vendors that provide this service. Sorry, we didn't have that in time for this meeting.
Thank you for that. And so I just want to be able to support it for those reasons. I mean, preferred vendor, it seems even more questionable when a $3.8 million contract should have really gone through the typical process, because then we're able to secure taxpayer dollars to making sure we get the best price. But not only the best price, but companies are able just to be able to look at what we have now and to be able to provide details of what they're able to offer. We've had really bad experiences in the past with, I think, CGS and other IT contracts, that when you go sole source, it's really easy to be able to put the county in a position where they're paying much more than what could have been, much more than what could have, we're paying more than what we had to when we could have provided a competitive process to give taxpayers the best deal. So for that reasons, I just want to be able to support both of these items today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great. So we'll have those as a separate vote.
Thank you.
I just had one comment on item number 33, which is an additional $89,000 contract with Meals on Wheels. And this is really one of the things that we've seen, the food insecurity and the hunger needs that so many of our residents had pre-COVID. We've seen it during COVID, and this is a chance for us to continue to ensure that all those who need a healthy, hot meal delivered to their home are going to be receiving that. So I'm just grateful and thankful to all of the staff who've worked so hard to respond to the hunger needs of our community. With that, I'd be happy to, we did public comment already, I'd be happy to entertain a motion on the consent calendar, excluding items 38 and 39.
So moved, Madam
Lopez
Chair.
moves. Lopez seconds.
Okay, great. We have a motion and a second. Could we get a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. All right, thank you. And we have a second vote on items 38 and 39. I'd be happy to entertain a motion.
I would so move, and I've looked at it. I think this is one of those areas where a sole source or preferred vendor, it makes sense, and it's not, we do that with some degree of frequency. So I move approval of 38 and 39.
Lopez seconds.
Second. We got a second from, okay, so a motion from Phillips, a second from Lopez, and we will do a roll call vote on this.
Supervisor Alejo?
No.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Thank you. Okay. Moving on from consent calendar, we have board comments. Colleagues, anyone have comments today? I'll start District 5.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to give a couple of thank yous. Thank you to Senator Laird and California Insurance Commissioner Lara, who allowed me to facilitate a virtual town hall last week regarding emergency preparedness and wildfires. With more than 500 people in attendance, I'm pleased to see that our state representatives bring this critical issue to the forefront. We've been watching fire insurance rates increase dramatically on residents, or residents losing their fire insurance just completely. And although it affects my district far more so than others, it affects all of us here in Monterey County. I very much appreciate being able to have this discussion with our residents, and I know we'll have more. Second thank you I'd like to give to Brian Flores from our wonderful Monterey County Parks Department for a tour of Toro Park that he gave to myself, my staff, Senator Laird, and Ricardo Estrada from Assemblyman Rivas's office the day after the town hall meeting. It was tremendous to get to go up to see our beautiful Toro Park and to see how this treasure of our community is coming back after the horrible fires that it sustained. So I really appreciate very much the opportunity to be able to see how quickly and how resilient our community of not just people, but of land is. And then finally, I want to just bring everyone's attention to a Sustainable Communities Workshop that AMBAG, Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments, is going to be holding for Monterey County this coming Monday, May 10th at 5:30. And they will be exploring the question, what will the Monterey Bay region look like in 2045? I really encourage everyone who has a feeling and an interest in our county's future to participate in this webinar. And you can register by simply visiting www.ambag.org. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll move on to Supervisor Lopez in District 3.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to share some congratulations for the City of King on the completion of their new skate park. It's a huge achievement to have it done in just 6 days. The old one stayed open and was an opportunity for kids. I watched the tear down. I sat outside on a meeting and watched them tear it apart very quickly. It came down in about a day and a half, and then 6 days later, the new one got certified. So congratulations to the City of King and all of their partners in making that incredible project happen. Obviously, we're still in the middle of COVID. Encourage folks to not just get the vaccine, but tell your story. I know that I shared this last week, but I think there's no better influencer than our own neighbors. And so just encourage everybody who feels it's the right thing for them to get it, but also to share their story, as our stories are important as we continue to go through this together. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Lopez. Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Phillips.
Thank you. Well, it feels good to be back. I got to say, it feels like we're turning the corner, and I felt like going to work. And my wife pointed out yesterday that it's just about 50 years since I started working here, and I was looking at it. For those 50 years, almost every week I came to one of the buildings here in the Salinas Courthouse complex, either as a DA or a judge or now a supervisor, and it just didn't feel right. Like I didn't feel like I was really working until I was able to come back here and be part of this, which is nice to be back with my colleagues. So and I did a couple things. Stevie's Restaurant got a nice piece from KSBW where they've instilled a filtration ventilation system that's really pretty impressive to make sure the air inside is every bit as clean, as healthy as outside. That was paid for by Bill Hayward, and it was pretty impressive. And he's also paying, the Hayward Foundation is paying for doing the same thing at Rancho Cielo's restaurant, and so it was impressive. And this weekend, my granddaughter pushed on me to take her to stop by the Laguna Seca to see the Sports Car Club of America, and I was really impressed with how they were running the operation there. It was nice to see Ross Merrill, one of our local growers, ag people. He was racing. His son is a professional racer. We're racing, but as I mentioned earlier, it was really impressive how everybody, even though they were outside, were doing what needed to be done. They were social distancing when they could. They were wearing masks. Even the drivers, as soon as they got out of their cars and for the presentation, they were putting their mask on. So the way we're doing it there, and we're looking about how do we do it the right way with Car Week coming up and things, and this was really impressive to see. So with that, I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that this Saturday we're back to vaccinating farmers at the Salinas Rodeo grounds. Although it's a more compressed schedule, as I think we've already vaccinated over 22,000 farm workers at that site over the last 8 Saturdays. We were off last week, but we got another 1,500 scheduled for this Saturday between 1:30 and 4:30. So Supervisor Lopez and I are usually out there volunteering, coordinating other community volunteers. So I want to really thank all those who have volunteered so far. Tomorrow is Cinco de Mayo. It's one of those holidays that it's important to the Mexican American community because it was a symbolic day in Mexican history were the underdogs, mostly indigenous peoples of the state of Puebla defeated the powerful French army in a battle. So it's one of those holidays that commemorates the underdog really being able to overcome and be able to fight for justice within in their country's history. So I know there's celebrations that started last Sunday, but those will continue. But there's other important holidays coming up this Sunday. I want to pay a tribute to all our mothers, all our those within our county family, all the county employees, but also our families and all the mothers out there throughout Monterey County. Want to take a moment just to honor and celebrate everything that you've done to make us who we are, make our community strong, make our family strong, and certainly being leaders throughout this pandemic. It's a tribute to what many mothers have endured and try to do the best possible under the most difficult of circumstances. So want to pay my tribute and my respect to all the mothers, including my mother, who was a former strawberry picker who raised a family of 5 and eventually became a licensed vocational nurse. And then through Hartnell College, earned her RN degree and worked for our county health department at the Alisal Health Center in East Salinas. So I want to really pay tribute to her and for all she's done to be a role model for me, and just commending her on all the work she's done throughout her life, not only for her family, but being a community activist as well. Mexican Mother Day is usually followed, celebrated on the 10th of May, no matter what day that it falls on. So this Sunday and Monday, we will see those celebrations throughout Monterey County. So happy Mother's Day to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to take that Happy Mother's Day from you, Supervisor Alejo. It's a hard work being a mom, and I know that all of the moms out there in Monterey County deserve to be recognized and celebrated this weekend. With that, I don't have any other comments for today, but thank you all for being here. It is great to have a couple folks back in the chambers with us. We're going to continue following all of the Cal OSHA employment rules and keep our masks on while we're in this public space. But I do enjoy the company, so I'm happy to have a couple of you, from a distance across the room. All right, I'll pass the microphone over to our CAO, Charles McKee, for any CAO announcements.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No referrals this week. I do want to congratulate Natividad Medical Center on another fantastic leapfrog rating. They do tremendous work at Natividad, and it's recognized quite often by these rating agencies that look at how they're doing with quality of care and the services overall that they provide at Natividad are unparalleled. It's really a remarkable institution, so I want to congratulate Natividad on their success. No referrals this week.
We have to go out to public comment on our CAO comments and referrals. Is there any public comment on our CAO's comments? Seeing none, I'll close public comment on that, and we will move on to general public comments. General public comments are a time for comments on any items which are not included on today's agenda. We're going to do public comment for, I think we can do our full 3 minutes this morning. California's open meeting laws require elected bodies to conduct our business in public meetings, and however, it does limit our ability to discuss items to things that are posted on the agenda, so we may not be able to respond directly to comments made in public comment, but we do appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us. I'll welcome our audience member up to begin, and then we'll move on to Zoom.
I'm sorry, we need the audio. The microphone's not on there. We can't hear you.
There. I should know how to do this by now, shouldn't I? Anyway, last week we had the excellent item on homelessness. I was watching from my living room sofa, which is a whole lot more comfortable than life is for a lot of our homeless friends and neighbors. And I'd just like to make a couple quick comments about that item. First of all, we're making major progress. This is overdue and really good. And it looks like we have a lot of staff members doing just fabulous work. And that is going to pay off. Well, I'm sure it's paying off now from the sound of things. couple comments on other things. The funding came up a number of times. Los Angeles County and the City of Los Angeles both have funding sources from their tax base. One is property tax, one is sales tax. They both passed with over the 2/3 vote required. One got over 75%. That would be something we should certainly look into. Also, there is funding available for homeless veterans from the VA. And it's a whole lot better than sending homeless veterans to Chinatown, as Mr. Phillips has advocated. And we do have a serious problem in that area. Fortunately, I'm not one of them, but anyway. Since it was a joint meeting, there were some comments from Salinas City Council members that are essentially myths. And one of them is that Salinas is such a wonderful garden spot that it attracts homeless. And the people who get in there and really do the statistics say that's not true. Most of Salinas homeless are Salinas homeless. I believe the number is over 80% are from Salinas. And just as one example, we've talked about Connor Stapleton here a number of times. Connor's got a birthday coming up. I think he's going to be 42. And Connor was born here in Salinas. And the last time he was here for any extensive period of time was when he was in our jail. And when they let him loose, he was back in Marina within hours. He doesn't want to be in Salinas, and he's from Salinas. And he's back on the sidewalks of Seaside. And we really need to do what we can do to end that myth once and for all. But I guess with council members contributing to it, we will see. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us today, and thank you for your comments. I don't see anyone else in chambers, so we'll move on to the Zoom line. We have a phone call coming in from the last digits 902. You'll need to press *6 to unmute and share your thoughts with us today. That's the phone number ending in 902.
This is Nina Beatty. The fire season is upon us now, and one of the most preventable fire risks in our community are the digital utility meters on each building and home. I released a report in 2019 on smart meter and other digital meters, the fire and electrical hazards from these meters, and sent it to the board and to the county emergency personnel. No action has been taken so far. This is a very mitigatable fire risk. In addition to the hazards, the malfunctions, possibilities, the meters can malfunction. They also have lithium batteries in them, which are highly explosive under conditions of heat and moisture. Water meters also have these lithium batteries, which is a very strange setup. And these meters are in the public right-of-way. They're on the side of homes. There have been many smart meter-related fires, including in this community. PG&E is offering an opt-out of these meters. For regular customers, it's $75 initially and $10 a month for 3 years, and then the fee stops. Care and Farah customers are $10 initially and $5 a month. I urge everyone in the community to pay for the cheapest fire insurance that you can get by opting out of these meters. Water companies you'll have to contact and request that they remove the digital meters on your line and put in analog meters. My report is available on smartmeterharm.org. As I said, I sent it to the county in 2019 when I released it. This is very serious because when PG&E is implementing their public safety power shutoffs, there's a surge that follows the re-energizing of the lines, and these meters are very vulnerable to surges. They also do not have a direct connection to ground, so that any overvoltage, if a branch falls on a line, and there's overvoltage on the line, the meters can blow out and that overvoltage can flow into a home or building. So I urge everyone as we head into this to certainly do other fire prevention methods, but this is a very urgent issue that should be taken up by the county and considered along with all their other fire issues so that we don't have to do ecological damage to our forests and the flora and fauna but can take care of making our homes less fire causers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nina. Next up, we have Andrea Butali. We'll give you permission to unmute your microphone. And then following Andrea, we'll do Bernie, have Bernie next. Okay, thank you for joining us today.
Hi there. My name is Andrea Bautel, and I am a Monterey County resident for the last 35 years or so. I have raised all of my children here, all born here in Salinas. And I was under the impression that there was going to be conversation today about Laura's Law and the fact that Monterey County is looking to opt out of Laura's Law. Am I misunderstood in the fact that that was going to be discussed today?
Hi, Andrea. That is an item on our agenda today. It's the last item. It's item number 20 on today's agenda. So typically we would have you give your comment at the end of the day, but for the sake of allowing you to speak now, so that you don't have to stick around for the rest of the day, I'm happy to hear your comments.
Okay. Well, I probably will stick around because this is very, very important to me. I do have a 20-year-old child who is severely mentally ill since about the time he was 2. I did send an email to that was supposed to go out to all the Monterey County supervisors with regards to my son and our experiences and what my understanding of what Laura's Law can do to help him and other, what I will call children, because he is my child, regardless of how old he is, in Monterey County. When looking online and researching, I did notice that other counties that adopted Laura's Law had a reduction in hospitalizations, incarceration, homelessness, and so forth. My child's been offered nothing, really. I've fought hard his entire life to get any services for him. And the main problem with that is that it is almost impossible to treat a child who doesn't think there's anything wrong with him. My child will refuse services because there's nothing wrong with him. Now, I have had police out to my house many, many, many times over the last several years as things have progressed. A lot of them know us now, which is actually unfortunate to me. I have asked that my child be sent out on a 5150, and even though I could be bleeding and bruised and hurt, I can't do that. He has to be a harm to himself in order for him to go in on a psychiatric hold. My only recourse is to press charges against him and send him to jail. One of the most ridiculous things I have ever heard for a mentally ill child. So I would be interested in finding out more about Laura's Law and why Monterey County is opting out of helping these children that really, really need their help. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. And this item, like I said, will be I think it's item number 20 on our afternoon, so you're welcome to join us for the conversation then as well. Next up, we have Bernie Gomez, followed by Laura Dunn. Bernie, you should be able to unmute yourself and share your thoughts.
Yes, buenos dias, buenas tardes, Chair and Board. So I have 2 comments. One, I think the county, needs to continue to rethink how it's approaching the population, who has been most impacted by the carceral system, whether it's a youth, an adult, the continued over-reliance on police, sheriff, incarceration, and probation as the solution to address the impacts of our under-resourced communities and families must come to an end. We need leadership that will fund the community and provide meaningful resources to the community that are not regulated by law enforcement or need law enforcement quote unquote approval, or like I said earlier, that they are the means to an end. I think there's a time where we need to start focusing on the root causes of our issues that are affecting our community, and not using incarceration as that solution, as I stated earlier. My other comment is, this is in regards to some commentary, some racist commentary at that provided by one of your Board of Supervisors, Mr. Phillips, on 420. I hope this board condemns that type of view when someone is trying to deter the community from practicing and exercising their right to be civically engaged and challenge, you know, or just be concerned of how the county is being spending its money, or you know, issues that are coming to the board from the sheriff's office, as that issue came up with the $12.2 million. I appreciate the board actually delaying and rejecting that day, but I also hope that this board condemns those remarks by Board of Supervisor Phillips. And I think that those type of views and remarks are very harmful and contrary to, you know, to what this county stands for, and is exercise. It's striving to approach, you know, the health and well-being of the community that has been mostly impacted by COVID, poverty, the over criminalization and incarceration, the over policing, understanding that, you know, this is a carceral, you know, county, heavy carceral county. But with that being said, I just hope that this board continues to provide, you know, meaningful resources to the community away from law enforcement. And thank you.
Thank you for your comments today, Bernie. Next up, we have Laura Dunn. Laura, you should be able to unmute yourself, and we have 3 minutes on the clock. Thank you.
Hello, this is Laura Dunn. Thank you so much to the Board of Supervisors for this opportunity to speak with you. I am speaking on with two hats. I'm the Director of Child Development Programs for Carmel Unified School District, but I'm also the Chair for the Monterey County Child Care Planning Council. And here in Monterey County, I'm sure you're aware, but we have less than one child care space for every 4 children in our county under the age of 6. And so this means that parents really can't find the care they need in order to go back to school or to work. And it means children don't have all the same opportunities for quality childcare and development opportunities to help them grow and be resilient. And one of the many reasons it's hard to expand childcare is that there's a staffing crisis that will only get worse as this pandemic continues. I've heard of, you know, several centers who have closed due to the pandemic, but some have even closed just because they don't have enough staffing. And in order to increase the spaces for children, we need more qualified preschool teachers. And it is required to increase the number of teachers that the pay needs to be increased. And that cost just can't be passed on to families, these working families who are already struggling to balance childcare with the other high cost of living in this county. So I ask that you support additional pay, stipends, or incentives for early childhood education workforce, so encourage people to seek a career working with young children, and some retention incentives for those who are already in the field and continue to be dedicated to this field. Childcare is really essential to children, to families, to our local economy. This pandemic has really shown that to the world, how essential childcare is. Our President Biden has put out a very strong message that supports early childcare. And I hope that you, with the support of the Board of Supervisors, Monterey County, will be ready for the opportunities that come our way. So thank you for your time and attention to this matter.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you for your comments. I don't see any other hands raised, so I will close public comment, bring it back to the board. We have one item on our morning agenda, and I am watching the clock. We do, it is 11:50. We do need to make time to eat since everyone's actually sitting here, and you can't just eat while you're watching the presentation. So I will invite Anastasia Wyatt, our housing program manager, Adam Fowler, Director of Research from Beacon Economics, and Chuck DePaw, Senior Director, National Development Council, to give us a brief presentation about the comprehensive economic development strategy for Monterey County. Anastasia.
Good morning, Chair Askew and esteemed supervisors. I'm here to present the comprehensive economic development strategy, and my colleague Dwayne Woods was also helping out with this overall strategy and the report for the past 9 months. So thank you so much, Dwayne, and your staff and team. And this report is a federal document that will be submitted to the Economic Development Administration. It requires a 30-day public review. This was posted to the county's website on April 1st. It was also posted in early April to the Californian, El Sol, Monterey County Weekly, and South County papers. In addition, as part of our participation process, we worked with all cities throughout the county to adopt the SEDS and pass resolutions in support of the SEDS, which is the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. So the following cities were able to pass resolutions in April, which includes Salinas, King City, Marina, Seaside, Greenfield, Soledad, Delray Oaks. And the following cities will be passing resolutions in May: Monterey, Pacific Grove, Sand City. And I have one city I'm still working with. I haven't been able to hear from them, which is Carmel, but I'm not giving up yet. I also would like to introduce Chuck DePew, who is part of our consultant team that assisted with the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. He's a senior director with National Development Council, and Adam Fowler, who is our director of research from Beacon Economics. Chuck, I'll pass it on to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasia. Supervisors and Chair Root Askew. I wanted to follow up a little bit and then kind of give an intro to Adam and Beacon. They had really done, most of the heavy lifting on the strategy document itself. So I'd ask Adam to kind of walk you through it at a high level so you can get comments from others. We briefed the budget committee of the supervisors at the end of the last month. We gave you a little bit of update. Again, we kind of showed you at least the involvement of committee members, a pretty broad cross-section of individuals and organizations across Monterey County that were involved in this process. The main thing I wanted to kind of highlight, since this is a public hearing process, is what the SEDS is not. The SEDS is not the comprehensive economic development strategy for Monterey County. The SEDS is a strategy that's developed for funding purposes for the Economic Development Administration. So as you go through the document, you'll see that we've tried to be intentional in touching lots of different areas, policy areas in Monterey County that affect economic growth in one form or the other. But we haven't tried to be detailed in a lot of areas or provide potential solutions or strategies. Those are still to come in other forums within Monterey County. And an example of that would be kind of preschool through K through 12 education. We know that the economic future of Monterey County really hinges upon the quality of preschool for children as well as your K through 12 program, and then coupling with NPC programs in Cal State Monterey Bay. Very, very important topic area, but that's not a policy area that EDA funds. So while EDA, I think, would think we were remiss in not mentioning that area and how it relates to economic strategies, they don't expect us to go into a lot of detail because that's not really where their funding is directed. Their funding's elsewhere. So I think the one key thing for the audience especially is the SEDS is not intended to cover every area in kind of all of the depth that it could be covered. And I apologize for that. It's just the process with EDA. So I don't want people to think that it's not what it is because it's really intended to connect with EDA funding coming down the pike. So I just wanted to give that kind of background, and then I'll turn it over to Adam, who's put together kind of a quick overview of the SEDS itself. We were very light touch with the supervisors before. Adam?
Thank you, Chuck. I appreciate that introduction, and Madam Chairwoman, members of the board, it's good to be with you. It's a very interesting time to be in economic development. As I pull up my screen here to share, just give me one moment, I apologize. Let's see. There we go. So as Chuck mentioned, this document is a tool. The federal EDA has a number of requirements around what this tool is used for. So it's a very large document, a lot of economic data, both historical and forecasted, runs, depending on your font size, over 200 pages. So we've done a really ambitious empirical dive into kind of all the moving parts the EDA funds and is interested in as components of the broader economy. So thinking about demographic history and future, summary of the existing economic conditions as they relate to both the industries and clusters in a given geography, and the occupations and career trajectories as you think about those industries from a workforce development and educational institutional perspective. Additionally, we flagged some key planning considerations, not only considerations in Monterey County and its jurisdictions, but considerations and a few case studies from other jurisdictions around the United States. Additionally, we've organized, summarized, and reported out on existing economic development initiatives in the county. So a lot of work that is taking place, opportunities for synergy and collaboration, opportunities for the county to serve as a convening force as well. Finally, we, per the EDA guidelines, provide an assessment and a strategic framework. And again, there first number of pages in the document, there are a lot of people to think. This is, in my 6 years at Beacon Economics, this is really one of the most robust comprehensive economic development strategies I've been a part of. It's a really, really robust toolkit. I think you're going to find a lot of very valuable information regardless of where you find yourself in the kind of broader ecosystem in the county. Quickly, I want to just highlight, given time constraints, a few things empirically that stand out, and then I'll shift gears quickly to go over the SWOT analysis and where the goals, objectives, and strategies came together at the very end. Monterey County's population, when we think about economic development, the human capital, the human talent in a given geography is so essential. While industry clusters, while forecasting and understanding the nature of changes in a dynamic market-based economy are important, the human talent in a given area is so very important to understand around where gaps exist and what investments and policy initiatives really make sense for an area given kind of your raw materials. In Monterey County, one of the great opportunities is the population reflects a breadth of socioeconomic and ethnic diversity. It continues to grow over the past decade. And while it is a little bit slower rate, is continued forecasted by our demographic forecasts and the Department of Finance for the state at a little under 1% for the coming years. The one thing I would flag empirically is population by education. One of the real opportunities the county has and is talked about in a number of sections in the report is the education attainment of the existing population and workforce. As a whole, Monterey County residents are less educated than their neighboring counties and as California as a whole. This revolves, and you'll see in the report, around opportunity and access for some of the residents. Only a quarter of the county's population aged 25 and older has a bachelor's degree, compared to statewide about 35%, 37% in neighboring San Luis Obispo, 40% in neighboring Santa Cruz. This has implications and a lot of opportunities to support, to invest in the county's workforce, and really provide the materials to support the growth of a number of emerging sectors where those clusters have a real institutional advantage. They have grown up natively in the region and are really going to be the areas of innovation as we enter a period of really robust economic recovery coming out of this pandemic-induced recession. What I would flag here is the potential labor force. So with roughly 28% of the population without a high school diploma, as I mentioned, that is high. And it translates to a potential labor force in which roughly 48% of working age adults have not pursued formal education beyond the 12th grade. That is a lot of opportunity as industries that historically may have been siloed from tech advances begin to see tech begin to infiltrate in a more robust way over the next decades. Agriculture being a very important one, both a historical strength in the region, but also a robust opportunity as ag tech begins to really move those industries in different directions. You'll see throughout the report a number of different metrics as it relates to industries. We report out on the economy in a number of ways, looking at wages of those payroll jobs, looking at sector size employment, looking at also the firm size, understanding the unit of the individual firm in the private sector. It matters a lot when it comes to strategic activity around the nature of the size and resources of where those employees, where those paychecks are found. The number of firms, I will skip ahead a little bit here, just to flag that Monterey County has a number of firms in the smaller range. And so that matters. The resources that the existing infrastructure is allowed to provide is a lot smaller in Monterey County than a number of counties in California. And so that matters. The ability of those existing firms to deploy proactive workforce development programs, for example, or continuing educational opportunities, those are often limited by simple hours in the day, human beings at the firm. And so that's important as this document provides a tool looking forward to keep in mind. Quickly, I'm going to move ahead to the working group, the series of strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Again, these are in depth in the full report. And really, again, it was a wonderful collaboration along a number of diverse voices and really made for probably one of the more robust discussions I've been a part of in the last 4 or 5 years. So strengths, obviously, the agricultural sector is a historical strength to the region and will provide strength in the future. Tourism, coastal, agricultural, recreational. The recreational aspect of tourism now is seen as such a valuable commodity that the Bureau of Economic Administration, the BEA, releases GDP estimates around the recreation economy. Monterey has been providing and leading in that area, and other jurisdictions, including the federal government, are beginning to operationalize data sets to flag and highlight that real value proposition. Again, higher education and research, the federal government's footprint, military defense, along with a number of higher education institutions, serve as a real resource as it relates to R&D dollars. And as we begin to look forward, infrastructure conversations, additional conversations at the federal level, it is a really prime time to have alignment, to have convening, so that resources at the federal level, policy partners, can be taken advantage of, and the region can speak in a unified voice as those assets that map on nicely to the existing strengths become available. There's also a very important nonprofit, a very vibrant nonprofit sector. A lot of that in arts, and I think it's important to keep in mind those nonprofits historically have been a strength, but they've been hit hard oftentimes because of the nature of their economic activity, in-person theater, dance, et cetera. And so they are probably the first hit and the last to come back for those operating in the art space. So that historic strength will need policy consideration moving forward. Again, workforce, from a workforce point of view, the proximity to regional employment centers and the rich cultural and professional networks. In the amenities category, the natural landscape and world-class attractions. highlighting a few weaknesses and some challenges as we've seen in this pandemic. The tourism sector's vulnerability. That sector is really controlled by a lot of variables outside of our local jurisdictions here in California. Industry also has had a number of regulatory burdens. Again, when we look at the existing landscape of the size of the majority of firms across industry sector in Monterey County, they are smaller. And so while there may not be necessarily fees, the time and resources of kind of administrative lifts were reported out in a number of ways and flagged as a weakness to be examined and make sure that as we look toward recovery, that the regulatory infrastructure is supporting recovery, right? That the local regulatory landscape is putting wind in the sails in a number of ways versus serving as an unnecessary obstacle to any sort of activity that's really had a tough time. Labor shortage continues to be a struggle. Talent. Before the pandemic, job openings exceeded oftentimes those looking for work in the labor force. There are a number of variables that go into that equation talked about in the full strategy. As a number of speakers mentioned earlier, we've seen during the pandemic, childcare has really played a role in the number of women who've been able to stay in the workforce or have been forced to opt out. And so robust childcare infrastructure will continue to be a challenge, not only for Monterey, but for a lot of California jurisdictions. Housing cost, I would flag, is a challenge.
Excuse me, Adam.
Yep.
I just watching the clock and our timeline for this presentation. Right. If we could maybe hit some of the high points. I see there's quite a few slides left.
Yep. All right. You know, the economist in me wants to drone on. I apologize. We will fast forward to goals. It's a really good read, so I would suggest the full document will do a lot better job than my going over here. So goal one, each of these goals is articulated at length in the piece with both a subset of objectives, strategies, and best practices. So each of these expands out in the full piece. Goal one, build a countywide economic development capacity. Although there are many ongoing and important developments, whether city, local, regional organizations, the county needs a formal mechanism that can guide, coordinate, and support that coordinated activity. This report is a first step in getting into the EDA system for a lot of the areas it supports initiatives around. Goal two, build, support, retain a robust and adaptable Monterey County workforce. Educational attainment lags. But many also are lacking in those essential skills, but they aren't necessarily in need of an associate's degree. There are lots of creative workforce development programs, certificate programs, apprenticeship programs that can really fill those gaps without forcing everyone into a traditional higher education pipeline. Housing shortage, affordability, and barriers to new development. While there are already several countywide efforts to address housing issues, there's simply not enough to accommodate, especially low-income households. For all the forecasted predictions, the opportunities that exist in the emerging clusters, those jobs will have to have beds. And as they intersect with our climate goals, our environmental goals in the state, the really thoughtful development is going to be important. The last three, foster the development of those established and emerging clusters. Regions must be vigilant to brain drain, industry transformation, and stagnation, and also targeting those industries that already have a really rich institutional memory in the area. It's not about poaching or developing the new Silicon Valley or Hollywood. It's about how tech interacts with what you do best already and the opportunity for entrepreneurs and for new markets to be developed from that expertise. Strengthen small business and entrepreneurship environment. Local developers should ensure there's a healthy ecosystem of networking, capital acquisition, business climate, culture Space is very important for that agglomeration economy and those wonderful economic impacts to arrive from that. And finally, expand the regional broadband infrastructure. COVID-19, as we undertook this 9-month project remotely, the importance of that broadband infrastructure shows where our opportunities exist and where we are bound. So thank you very much. It's been a wonderful experience and a really rich document.
Well, thank you, Chuck, and thank you, Adam. You see all of the amazing things that we see about the incredible Monterey County and the assets that we have to bring to the table. I will open it up to my colleagues for any comments. Supervisor Phillips?
Yeah, I spent considerable time, as did my staff, in reading this, and I got to say I'm really impressed with the quality of work and information that's presented to us, and I think this hopefully will be a springboard for, especially now coming out of COVID, for Supervisors and Adams and I to get our economic committee back together and start moving forward, and maybe using some of the same people who were contributors on this, especially from the private sector, not so much from the public sector, to get them involved and get our committee back working like we should. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I really echo what my colleague Supervisor Phillips has said. My staff and I, my team and I, also spent a lot of time on the report, and I just really give you guys credit. It was a wonderful report, and Adam, I'm so sorry that we were rushed through your presentation. It was very, very good, and I'm just so impressed with the work that has been done. And like Supervisor Phillips, I'm ready to get the band back together again so that we can get moving on this. The time is just absolutely optimal for us to be able to move forward with many of the suggestions that have been brought forth. There's only one question that I have, and I think it's actually really integral to everything that we want to do as far as economic development. And I'm sad that maybe Nick will be able to answer this, but could you please tell us exactly where we stand right now with hiring our economic development director?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If Dwayne Woods is on the meeting, I will defer to Dwayne. This is actually a position that's under his direction.
Thanks much, Nick.
Thank you. This is Dwayne Woods with County Administrative Office. Our recruitment is active and live, and we're out in the marketplace right now with that recruitment.
So could you please give us an estimated time of arrival of a new person?
We'll have a closing date by the end of this month, and then begin, some second round of interviews early in June is the expectation.
So would you expect July 1?
Well, Supervisor, one of the problems that we're encountering is, which is well brought out in this report that we've all worked on for the last 9 months, is attracting a labor force outside of our area is very difficult because of the housing cost. We've been working on the recruitment for a while, and one of the problems is that we're hearing is that bringing people to our area with the current housing cost and cost of living, as you heard earlier in the report, is always is becoming a detriment. So we would hope as soon as possible, but given the environment that we have with bringing folks in our county, or even finding people that are willing to jump ship at this point in this economy is proving difficult, but we'll do our best.
So do we have any sort of standard timeline that we wait to take a look, before we take a look at whether we should offer a hiring bonus or do something that we can do to help a person get housing here, so that we aren't just going to be stymied by not being able to move forward at this ripe time, only because we weren't able to provide the right kind of salary to be able to hire someone that would adequately be able to do the job?
Well, I think you bring up a good question. It's a larger question across the county, and also I'm sure, as you've heard, the private industry is also experiencing these issues. And I think that that would be a topic for probably a larger conversation, and I definitely don't have the answer to it today.
Thank you very much for your help, Dwayne.
Thank you. Those are good, important, relevant questions. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to say I appreciate both my colleagues mentioning it's time to get the band back together and sticking with the metaphor. I just want to encourage, we're not gonna play the same old tune, especially given what we're seeing, the intersectionality of everything that was brought up in this report, specifically the housing and its impact on all of the future growth and sectors that we want to encourage in Monterey County is real. And so just appreciate the work that went into this and look forward to seeing some of the action that comes from this report. And thank you very much for bringing it forward. Sorry we didn't have more time to hear more of your thoughts, but look forward to maybe having some offline conversations. Having read the report in its entirety, it was very well put together and deeply thought through, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo, did you have anything to add?
No, I don't. I just want to thank for the report and the presentation. Appreciate it.
Great. I'm going to take it out to public comment. We have one hand raised. Kevin Dayton, will give you permission to unmute your microphone and share your thoughts with us today. And we do have a lot to go into closed session on, so I am going to do our minute 30 for public comment on this item. I apologize for cutting that short, but just trying to keep things moving. Kevin, you're up.
No problem, Chairwoman. Kevin Dayton, I'm speaking as a private citizen because I haven't gotten authorization from the various business groups to speak on this. But I have a folder of all of the economic development reports that have been presented to the county and local governments over the past 10 years. I'll note one thing that isn't going to be in the report, and my feeling is the biggest obstacle here to achieving the things that you want to achieve with economic development is a strong sentiment among some people that they don't want economic growth and development. And this comes up in many ways when you mention high regulatory burdens, the frequent abuse of the California Environmental Quality Act to stop projects. It's unpleasant. The enrollment decline for the schools. There are a lot of people who don't actually mind that. It's really shocking. The school district that I live in, where my kids go to school, Monterey Peninsula Unified School District, it's plummeting there. Even Salinas Union High School District, it's going down. As far as weaknesses, one thing that was missed in the report that I think should have been mentioned is there's always a specter of the military base closures in the next round of the base closure and realignment. And I don't know if these bases are going to survive the next round of cuts, considering the challenges that we face here. And of course, water supply. You can't underestimate water supply in terms of the difficulties it has. So those are some of my comments about this report. I think it's generally good, and hopefully something will happen out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Next up, we have our phone number ending in 902. I believe that might be Nina. You'll have to press *6 to unmute yourself. Thank you.
Hi, this is Nina Beatty. I wanted to comment on this. I sent comments to the board yesterday, and I request that there's more time for the community to evaluate this report. It's a lengthy report, has different components that I think the community at large, as far as I know, this is the first time last week when it was posted to the agenda that the community is aware of this. It will be driving policy. It may not be the most comprehensive as far as the different elements, as one of the previous speakers said at the beginning, introducing it, that this isn't an all overall report that will drive all of policy, that will be further down the line. But this sets the tone for everything. It also sets the tone for the priorities in federal funding. I was very disappointed to look at the committee membership list. It's very restricted to the chambers of commerce and business leaders and as well as the educational institutions. But there were many sectors that were completely missed in the committee membership, and often public-facing organizations or nonprofits that were not involved in formulating these recommendations. And that misses many opportunities for economic development in this community. When you don't consider it from the not strictly profitable, but things that are beyond profitable that include that and also affect people on a deeply personal level. Streamlined processing of housing permits. There's an extreme need for affordable housing. Unfortunately, this community has not had the political will to do practical things, and I think of the city of Salinas that could have refinanced all the mortgages that were underwater a number of years ago and refused to do so. That would have made those houses more affordable, especially for subsequent buyers.
Nina, I'm sorry, we're out of time.
And I'm against the broadband initiative unless
here.
it's a specific wired initiative. It needs to be wired broadband for the community.
But I have to end your comment now. My apologies. Okay, so I don't see any other hands raised for public comment. We will end public comment, bring it back to the board. And I believe we're looking for a motion to adopt a resolution to accept the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, which we are told is not our economic development strategy, but is a document that we're submitting so that we can compete effectively for federal funds, and to submit this to the Economic Development Administration.
So moved.
Second?
We have a motion from Phillips, a second from Adams, and we will take a roll call vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Thank you. And thank you for all of your work, Chuck and Adam and Anastasia and all of the community members who engaged in this process. Appreciate it. With that, we are going to recess into closed session for lunch. We will be reconvening back here at 1:30. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you back at 1:30.
Microphone 12, microphone 12. Microphone 8, microphone 8. Microphone 6, microphone 6. Microphone number 3, microphone number 3. What's up with all these plastic things? What's up with all these plastic things? Podium mic, podium mic. Wireless 1. And clerk mic 1, clerk mic 1. Wireless mic 2, wireless mic 2.
It's a fresh breeze, yeah. Like if you're directly in the sun, it's super hot, but the breeze like really helps. My car was directly in the sun, so when it got so hot, and I parked in the shade. Parked in the shade and it was really hot. I was eating because I ate in my car, and some little kid was getting in the car next to me. He goes, "Hi," and I was like, "Hi," because I had my windows cracked, like it's too hot, and that was like the weirdest thing. It's like. I don't need to. Yeah, I guess. All right, we are ready for the afternoon session. It is Tuesday, May 4th. We are reconvening our Monterey County Board of Supervisors. I do just want to remind anyone who's watching us on Facebook Live or on YouTube that you're also welcome to join us directly on the Zoom webinar. Our webinar ID number is 224-397-747. Could we get a roll call by the clerk?
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo and Lopez appearing via video conference, and Supervisors Root Askew, Phillips, and Adams appearing in person.
Wonderful. And Jocelyn, could we do another announcement about our Spanish translation services that are available?
Buenas tardes, Jocelyn Martínez, intérprete de español. Se les anuncia que hay interpretación en vivo disponible vía Zoom. Si está haciendo su computadora o teléfono inteligente, presiona el icono del mundo al pie de la pantalla. En estos momentos, este servicio no está disponible para aquellos que llaman a la Junta. Gracias.
Thank you, Jocelyn. It's just the interpretation part.
It's me.
All right. Okay, we're here. We're good. Audio check. All right. I'd like to introduce Nick Chulos, who will be presenting item number 17, our briefing and update on COVID-19. We do have 30 minutes total set aside for this presentation, comments, and in discussion. So we will try hard to keep on schedule this afternoon, and I'll pass the mic over to Nick.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. We have one topic to update you on regarding COVID. It's a public health update from Dr. Moreno covering metrics, testing, and vaccine. And I believe we can keep well within the 30-minute time frame. So if Dr. Moreno is on the line, Doctor, would you please proceed?
Sure. Thank you, Nick. Chair Askew, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. We've got your slide up as well.
Okay, good. All right, excellent. So good afternoon, Chair Askew, board members, Ed Moreno, Health Officer, Director of Public Health. Yeah, we can keep this easily within 30 minutes. So for today, these are some of the metrics that we've been following at a local level. The case rate here in Monterey County is stable at 1.9 cases per 100,000 people in the county. And our test positivity is also stable, as well as our other metrics that we've been following. We've always had concerns about the hospitals getting overrun with hospitalizations, and at this point, their ICU availability is also very stable, so that's good. And overall, on average, the testing turnaround time is just less than a day. That takes into account all providers out there that are testing for COVID-19. And we continue to receive allocations. I say we, talking about the vaccine providers here in Monterey County, continue to receive allocations of vaccine, and we're up to 61% of Monterey County residents that are 16 years of age and older who have received at least one dose of vaccine, which really helps increase the proportion of people who are vaccinated, fully vaccinated, and have immunity, which means they're less likely to develop symptoms of COVID if they get exposed, and less likely to spread it to other people after they've been exposed. Moving on to the state's metrics, which fall under the California Blueprint for a Safer Economy. And again, this is the website that you can go to get this information. As far as the metric tier status, we now know that the Monterey County's metrics for test positivity in the lowest quartile, or HPI quartile, continues to be less than 2, which is the yellow tier criteria. Our test positivity rate has been below 2, which is also in the yellow tier for some time now. And this would be the first week that our adjusted case rate falls into the yellow tier. The case rate is now 1.9, and the criteria to get into yellow tier is less than 2. So, one moment here. So this adjusted case rate here is 1.9. So that Monterey County should receive credit for 1 week of meeting yellow tier criteria, although we are still in the orange tier. So in order to move from, so this is an indication of a stable, low but stable transmission of COVID-19 still in our community, but it's a low transmission rate, which means we have a low case rate. And we know that that's the case because when we do test people for COVID, about 1 out of 100 tests are positive. That means the other 99 are negative. So these are all good signs that the vaccines are working and the face coverings and keeping our distance is also working. So the question arises, when does Monterey County move into, when could Monterey County move into the yellow tier? Well, we have now 1 week of credit for all of our 3 metrics falling into yellow tier. And the criteria for moving into a less restrictive tier is the same as it has been for a while. If a county like Monterey County has 1 week of meeting yellow tier criteria, and then the next week, which would be next Tuesday, also meets the criteria for yellow tier, meaning all of these 3 metrics fall into the yellow tier again for 2 consecutive weeks, then the state, according to their the blueprint, would recommend that Monterey County move into the yellow tier. So that would be not this week, but the earliest would be next Wednesday if our case rate and positivity rates continue to fall under the yellow tier. So information about, so we're still in the orange tier, we'll be in the orange tier this week, but information about yellow tier, if individuals, in particular businesses are interested in knowing what the differences between orange tier and yellow tier, can again go to the state website to look at the blueprint guidance for their particular business sector. As far as vaccine, I'd just like to show the progress we're making. Overall, down here at the bottom of the slide, 61% Monterey County residents have received at least 1 dose, and it varies by region, but we do have are looking at Salinas region, which now has 66% of the population in the Salinas area having received at least 1 dose of vaccine, and our South County area, which we've continued to really try to get as much vaccine down into providers down there as much as possible. About 53%, a little bit over half of the residents down there who are 16 or older have received at least 1 dose of vaccine. And again, all of these efforts and throughout the county contribute to an overall increase in the number of individuals who are less likely to get sick if they get exposed to the virus and less likely to transmit it to somebody else, a friend or a coworker or a family member if they were to get exposed. So we really need to continue to bring people in to get vaccinated to continue to make progress. As far as guidance, there is new CDPH guidance, and these are the links that people can take to find various guidance documents on the state website. But the state just Monday updated a few documents, but the 2 I want to share today with you and the public apply to first, an update to the guidance for use of face coverings. And I went ahead and put it up here at the top of the slide, supervisors, to make it clear. This does not apply to workplace settings. Individuals who are in the workplace who read these new updated guidance documents for face coverings may want to know whether or not this applies to where they work. I just want to remind individuals, particularly business owners and managers, that they have been following Cal OSHA guidance for a very long time, for years, and they must continue to follow Cal OSHA guidance. That's the state organization that regulates the practice in their businesses, so they need to follow Cal OSHA. But outside of the workplace settings, this document has been updated, and for the state is recommending that for unvaccinated persons, for fully vaccinated persons, face coverings are not required if you're outdoors, except if you're going to be at a crowded outdoor event. These include, the examples provided include live performances, parades, fairs, festivals, and sports events, and similar activities. We in the health department will continue to be available to anyone who's in Monterey County who's wishes to organize outdoor events. They can continue to call our call center and work with us to interpret the state's guidance to determine how face coverings would apply to anything that they're proposing to organize. For those that are unvaccinated, they still need to wear face coverings outdoors if they can't keep their physical distance. And then moving on, in indoor settings outside of someone's home, including public transportation, face coverings continue to be required regardless of vaccination status. And there are some exceptions that I'll get to in a moment. As far as CDPH, they're, as defined, the fully vaccinated person guidance, fully vaccinated people can visit others without wearing masks or physical distancing with other fully vaccinated people in indoor or outdoor settings. And they can, yes, visit others who are unvaccinated without wearing a mask if that's just one other household and everyone in that household, or excuse me, put the other way, no one in that household is at high risk of getting sick, getting hospitalized, or dying. So those are situations that people wouldn't have to wear face coverings, and it aligns with the gathering document. This is another, I guess, one more thing I want to point out for the updated guidance on face coverings. And the approach here is kind of looking at settings, because people are familiar with settings. So there are some settings in which people don't have to wear the face covering. So that includes people who are alone in a car, or alone in a car with people in their own household, people who are working alone or in a closed office or room, persons who are receiving certain services that involve the nose and the face and the mouth area, where they can temporarily remove the face covering to get that service, and people who must otherwise wear respiratory protection. That would include, for example, certain people in healthcare settings, just as an example, where there's more restrictive requirements for preventing the spread of other diseases. And anyone else that CDPH determines doesn't need to wear face covering. So I recommend people go to the state website to read the entire guidance document. And just one more guidance document that's been updated I want to share today, and that is California Department of Public Health recommendations for people who are fully vaccinated. Again, this principally does not apply to workplace settings, and employers should follow Cal OSHA guidance. And if something isn't mentioned in Cal OSHA guidance, then they could then go to the California Department of Public Health recommendations. So this was recently updated again, that was yesterday. And fully vaccinated people, again, can spend time with other fully vaccinated individuals indoors without face coverings if everyone is fully vaccinated. And again, this aligns with the face covering guidance. They can meet with people from one other household if everyone there is at low risk of severe COVID-19 disease. In addition, this is also aligned with the face covering, and the state is trying to do what they can to make sure that guidance documents align to minimize confusion. So this is just a repeat of what the face covering guidance says, but this first bullet, supervisors, but the second set of bullets talks about quarantine and testing, which is not in the face covering guidance. And this says that the individuals who are fully vaccinated do not need to quarantine or get tested if they have a known exposure and they have no symptoms. So this should make it much easier for individuals, because up until now, the recommendation has been to quarantine and then consider getting tested if you've been exposed. But now it's if you're fully vaccinated, this California Department of Public Health is recommending that you don't have to quarantine in your home, and there's no recommendation to go out and get tested as long as you don't have any symptoms. As far as an exposure to work, the state recognizes that people who are fully vaccinated and don't have symptoms don't need to quarantine. However, getting back to Cal OSHA, businesses need to understand as employers that they still have to follow Cal OSHA, and Cal OSHA does prohibit individuals who have been exposed to entering the work site. So this is something that we in the health department, again, will continue to make ourselves available primarily through our call center to provide interpretation of the state guidance as it pertains to businesses on a case-by-case basis. But according to Cal OSHA, if one of your employers has been exposed, you need to follow Cal OSHA and shouldn't let people who might be who have been exposed in the work site. However, those people, they can't be in the work site, but outside of the work site, stays saying, if you're not at work, you don't need to quarantine. So we'll be available like we have for the last year to business owners who want to call into the call center, who have questions of how to interpret these two documents. And with that, I'll just end on, again, there's still things we need to do to prevent further transmission, but the most important one here, the most effective one at this point, is to get vaccinated. So I encourage people who haven't gotten vaccinated, who've been thinking about it and waiting, now's the time to get vaccine. So thank you. That's my update.
Thank you, Dr. Moreno, and thank you for continuing to be available to all of our briefings that are held throughout the week. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, Dr. Moreno, I'm just wondering, we're seeing some news stories about a potential shift in the age groups for Pfizer down to 12. My question is in terms of the numbers. Do we know how many new people that would make eligible within Monterey County?
We can get estimates of that number. Yes, I don't have it with me, but thank you for the question. Yes, so we're not looking to, the federal government and the California Department of Public Health is anticipating vaccinations being available to that additional age group. I think one of the things that I know that what we're discussing with the state and with our colleagues is whether there are additional strategies that we can implement at the county levels that can encourage parents to get their children, their adolescents vaccinated. So one of the additional strategies that we're looking at is to see if we can work at the local level to get healthcare providers who traditionally provide healthcare to adolescents, often those are family practitioners and pediatricians, further on board to provide vaccination opportunities for when their parents schedule appointments at the doctor's office and get them in and get them vaccinated while they're there. So we do have quite a few providers to adolescent patients here, and we're really hoping that we can get as many of them on board to make that an additional strategy to get kids vaccinated.
Thank you, Dr. Moreno. Sorry, Supervisor Lopez, anything else?
No, that was it for me. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Any other comments from my colleagues? I do have, I need to say, I appreciate the additional guidance from CDPH about the families that are vaccinated, being able to be with other families that are vaccinated, but it again sort of fundamentally misses the point that families with children who aren't vaccinated, I think, are still looking for guidance about what that means for their family and what they can do. And ideally, CDPH would have heard our pleas earlier in the year in this pandemic that families really need more support and guidance about how to keep our families safe while maintaining the social support structures that we rely on. So thank you, Dr. Moreno, for the information. I just need to, express my disappointment that the CDPH guidelines are not clearer for families in that regard. I also just had a couple, comments that I wanted to share with my colleagues. A few weeks ago, when the segmented data about vaccinations came out, and we didn't see this in your report today, Dr. Moreno, but where we look at the different zip code data around who's getting vaccinated, and where we look at the demographic data to see the ethnicity disparities that exist between different groups. What we saw was that our Black residents in the county were being vaccinated at roughly half the rate that other residents in the county were being vaccinated. And there were some zip codes, for me, the one that popped out in my district was Seaside, that was a solid 20% lower in vaccination rates than the rest of the county. So I really spent the last 2 weeks, my team and I, we've been out talking to community leaders and residents to try to understand what's going on behind those numbers. We met with the Seaside Ministerial Alliance. We hosted a listening session jointly with the Monterey County Black Caucus, then on the phone to just dozens of different community leaders and community members. And the feedback that I'm hearing is pretty loud and clear that we really need to begin a more community-based and high-touch strategy to further our vaccination efforts. So in a county where we have 15% of our residents who are uninsured, and many more of us don't have a trusted healthcare provider, people who have questions about the vaccine don't have anyone to call to get very specific and personal health questions answered. So what I heard this past 2 weeks is that people really need more education so that they can make an informed personal decision about the vaccine. They're asking for access to healthcare professionals who are available to spend time answering their questions. We're hearing that people do have preferences about which vaccine they are comfortable getting, and they're looking for more information about knowing when and where to get which vaccines. We're also hearing that walk-in clinics need to be reliably available during evening and weekend hours with a caring and compassionate person ready to welcome someone who may be very nervous about a shot or about the vaccine in general. So the entire vaccine experience, from registration to parking to the 15-minute wait after you get your vaccination, someone who you can call if you have questions about a reaction that you may be worried about, everything that we can do to make it feel safe for people who are nervous about making this decision is going to, I think, allow us to move those numbers back to sort of a less disparate place. So I would like us to really think again about how we're offering community-based testing, especially in communities that have lower vaccine rates, and our commitment as a county to show that that we are here to keep our community healthy and safe, and that looks like a lot of different things. So I just wanted to share some of those, the information, the feedback that we've been receiving from our communication with the community, and how I think we're going to be working in District 4 to try to coordinate with our cities, coordinate with the vaccine task force that the city of Seaside has, looking to really listen for the specific requests for services that our community is telling us, bring those requests back to the health department. And then finally, I just want to announce last week I announced we had hired Tanya Costa to help coordinate vaccine clinics and other outreach efforts in District 4. And we do have on May 15th at Seaside High School a community health fair scheduled where we will have the option for people to get any of the 3 vaccines. We'll have testing available, as well as access to healthcare professionals who are going to be able to sit around and have conversations if people have questions. So we've got a long way to go. We've made a ton of progress, but I think it's going to require just a lot of high-touch, very personalized outreach from here on forward. Any other comments from my colleagues or questions for Dr. Moreno? Nope. Nope. All right.
Supervisor Askew?
Yep, Dr. Moreno.
Yeah, I just got some information for Supervisor Lopez. There's about, let's see, 23,900 individuals ages 12 to 15 in Monterey County.
Thank you, Dr. Moreno. I appreciate that.
All right, any public comment on our COVID update today? We have nobody with us in the audience here in Chambers. Is there anyone online who has questions or comments related to our COVID update? Seeing none, I'll close public comment, bring it back to the board, and I think we don't have to take any action to receive this report today, but thank you. Thank you, Dr. Moreno. Next up, we have item number 18, which is a public hearing to consider adopting resolution to find that the lot line adjustment is categorically exempt. So I will welcome Victoria Kim, who's an associate planner for our Housing and Community Development Department, to present. Do we have Victoria on the line?
Yes, good morning, everyone. This is project planner, Victoria.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us today, Victoria.
Thank you. I do have a PowerPoint slide. I'm not sure that, am I allowed to share?
Yeah, you should be able to share your screen.
Okay.
All right, we can see your slide. Perfect.
All right. So good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. This is a project planner, Victoria, presenting a lot line adjustment for Sanders Family Vineyard, LLC. The project number is PLN 190283. The project site is located at 48251 Lockwood Holland Road in Lockwood. The area plan of the project is South County Area Plan, and the project consists of 2 parcels. Sanders Family Vineyard is requesting a lot line adjustment between 2 legal lots of record, transferring 70 acres from parcel 2 to parcel 1. Currently, the existing acreage for each parcel is approximately 160 acres. There is an existing residential structure in parcel 1, and parcel 2 is mainly used for agriculture activities. The lot line adjustment will result in 2 parcels of 90 acres for parcel 1 and 230 acres for parcel 2. The parcel 2 is in Williamson Act contract, and whenever there's a contract boundaries are changed, it is required to bring up the project to the Board of Supervisors. Planning staff recommends to find the lot line adjustment is categorically exempt as a minor alteration in land use limitations, approve a lot line adjustment between 2 legal lots of record, authorize the chair to execute the new or amended land conservation contract, and direct the clerk of board to submit the lot line adjustment map to the county recorder. And this brings me to the end of my presentation, and we have Mr. Rambuski, the applicant of the project, at the meeting here today. Thank you.
All right, and it looks like we have our applicant who would like to make some comments today. Do we have a time, is there a standard time limit on comments from an applicant? Les? No, okay.
Sorry, Chair, no, that's your discretion, usually 10 minutes max for.
Okay, fabulous. Well, we would like to stay on track for the rest of the afternoon, but we will welcome Edwin Rambuski for additional comments. Do we have?
Hello.
Oh, good, here you are. Okay, fabulous. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, you're welcome. I'll keep it very brief, and I think the project complies with the spirit and intent of the general plan and the lot line adjustment ordinance and the Williamson Act. It will end up adding about 90 acres or so to the Williamson Act parcel, and the applicant is primarily a farmer and filed the application to add more farmable land to his ag parcel and remove that land from the other parcel is zoned rural grazing, 40-acre minimum. It has a residence on it, but it's not currently in ag use. So the intent of the application was to make the existing ag parcel larger, add it to the Williamson Act, and preserve it as ag land. And unless the board has any questions for me, I think that's it for me.
Great, thank you. Supervisors, any questions or comments?
This is Lopez. I'd move approval of the staff recommendation. I know you still got to take it out for public, but just wanted to do that. Thank you.
Lovely.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'll take it out to public comment. Any public comment on this item? Seeing no public comment, we'll bring it back to the board. We do have a motion from Lopez, a second from Phillips, and I'll take a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Thank you. Our motion carries, and we're moving on to item number 19. Thank you, Victoria, for the presentation. We're moving on to item number 19, which is to receive a presentation by our Civil Rights Office on mandatory harassment and discrimination prevention training and civil rights training. Juan, yes, you've got your screen up, and I just wanted to say thank you for your flexibility. I know we bumped you from a previous meeting, and we appreciate you being flexible and coming back to join us this afternoon.
No, our pleasure. I know you were very busy with a lot of things, so thank you for the time, actually. Well, I'm gonna turn off my camera just because I've noticed that I have bad bandwidth when I do that. So if you can indulge me a little bit, I'll just turn it off, but I'll be here. I just want to say my name is Juan Rodriguez. I'm the Civil Rights Officer for the County of Monterey. Good afternoon, members of the public, supervisors, and county colleagues. Like I mentioned before, thank you very much for giving us a few minutes to talk about our office. For those who don't know, the Civil Rights Office has three main responsibilities that we like to categorize as advise, enforce, and train. Today, we're going to talk about the training functions of our office. The other areas, which we are not talking about today, are the enforcement functions. So are related to investigating complaints of discrimination and advising departments on equity, diversity, and inclusion, and best hiring practices related to the same. Back to training, the Civil Rights Office manages 2 countywide trainings. One is the Harassment and Discrimination Prevention Training, which is sometimes referred to as the Prevention of Sexual Harassment Training. This is a state mandated training for all county employees to complete every 2 years. Managers and supervisors in our organization have to complete a 2-hour training, and non-managers, non-supervisors complete a 1-hour training. The other training is a civil rights training. The civil rights training is a Board of Supervisors mandated training that focuses on biases and providing services to our community in an equitable manner. All county employees, regardless of whether they're supervisors or non-supervisors, complete this training every 2 years, and this training is 2 hours long. With that, I will turn it over to Lisa Torres, an Associate Equal Opportunity Analyst with our office, who will talk to you in more detail about the training. I'll be around, of course, for questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Lisa Torres. As Juan mentioned, I am an Associate Equal Opportunity Analyst with Monterey County Civil Rights Office. I will start by giving you a quick snapshot of our organization's compliance for harassment and discrimination prevention, and then I'll move on to civil rights training. And lastly, what I'll do is I'll cover a few things that our office has been doing in the community. So as of March 31st, we've reached 92% compliance in the organization for the bi-yearly harassment and discrimination requirement, which is about an 8% increase over where we were last year. You will see the details of our compliance numbers on this slide broken down by supervisors and non-supervisors. Last fiscal year, we offered both in-classroom and online training sessions. This year, we emphasized on self-guided online courses for employees, 2 hours for managers and supervisors, and 1 hour for non-supervisors. With this flexibility, it really allowed employees to take this training at their own pace and also in any language that they prefer. As the fiscal year winds down, our goal is to continue to increase our current compliance percentage. We've been working very closely with department training coordinators to track compliance status of their staff, and we have been collecting data, and we plan to use that data to target individuals who must comply with this specific training by June 30th, 2021. In the upcoming fiscal year, we plan to launch a new version of the self-guided training for both supervisors and non-supervisors to reflect the updates that have occurred in policies and laws in California. And if workload permits, we hope to offer harassment and discrimination training via Zoom to external organizations that may need support. Now, for our civil rights training, we are at 50% organizational compliance this year, which is very similar to our position last year. Now, this is because our office trained almost all supervisory employees in late 2018 and early 2019, which means most of these employees are now due to recomply with training in 2021. Our office focused heavily on targeting our non-supervisors for this specific training this year because they are our largest workforce, and we've had 13% more non-supervisors trained over the previous 9 months. As I mentioned previously in the other slide, we have been working closely with department training coordinators to capture data, and with their help, we've been able to issue compliance reports to department heads. We just issued Q1 of 2021 reports to department heads a few weeks ago, making them aware of how many more of their employees need to comply. Now, unlike our harassment and discrimination prevention training, civil rights training is conducted live via Zoom. We believe live sessions allow participants to interact with the content and their fellow employees constructively on issues like inequities in our community. And we strongly feel that this experience contributes to the 85% participant satisfaction rate. Now, although our primary focus has been to deliver this training live, we do want to find a middle line to maximize our training compliance each fiscal year. So what we're planning to do is launch a self-guided online version for both supervisors and non-supervisors in this upcoming fiscal year. We will actually begin 2 demo sessions for the supervisor version this week with 2 focus groups. The focus groups will consist of county supervisors from various departments who will go through the live course with CRO facilitators and have an opportunity to provide feedback on the content and also how to best approach a version that is self-guided online. And we anticipate the rollout of this optional online self-paced version for supervisors countywide by early fiscal year 2021-2022, with a self-paced version for non-supervisors shortly after. Now, because of the current and political climate that we are in, we've actually had the opportunity to expand our civil rights training to other agencies in the community and really start sharing a common framework of what equity looks like and some of the steps that they can take to address disparities at the local level. Now, in the last 9 months, we've facilitated over 53 live Zoom sessions. Now, 23 of those were facilitated for county employees as our mandated civil rights training. We've also had the pleasure of partnering with the probation department to present monthly to residents at the youth center and also at juvenile hall on topics like implicit bias, recognizing and valuing cultural differences, and also how to advance grassroots equity efforts. And for both of these groups, we've facilitated 22 sessions to date. We've also offered training to local external agencies and nonprofits whenever time permits. We've covered topics around the history of racism, bias, cultural differences, and racial equity analysis tools that we tend to cover in our mandated civil rights training here in the organization. And so far, we've conducted 9 sessions, and our goal is to expand our partnership. So please let us know if you have any community partnerships that may be interested and would benefit from our training curriculum. So this pretty much concludes my presentation. Please let me know of any questions that Juan and I can address.
Great. Thank you, Lisa and Juan. Colleagues, any questions or comments about our Civil Rights Office presentation? Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Thanks very much for your presentation, Lisette. It was really very interesting. I just had 2 quick questions. Can you just give me an example of the not-for-profit, the other 9 trainings that you gave? So just tell me, if you remember just a couple of who they were. And secondly, did we solicit them to come and do the training, or did we volunteer to do that for them?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Adams. Well, I'll say your former organization, the United Way, is one of the organizations that we trained with. Katie Castagna reached out. I have a personal relationship with her, so that's how we got in touch. The others, I will be completely honest with you. They're all because of our personal connections with people in the community, which is, I think, why Lisette made the pitch right now, that if you know anybody or know of organizations that you all belong to, we'd be happy to talk to them about customizing a training for them and working with them to try to figure out what their organization needs, and then cater the training to them, and then a little bit of that equitable service provider training.
So I'm not feeling one way or the other about this. I am just curious, is this something that we do gratis to the other organizations?
I'm sorry, I lost you a little bit, Supervisor.
Is this something that we do for free to the other organizations, or do we charge them for this?
No, this is public service as we understand it. We're all members of the community, so as long as we can do our functions with our employees and we have a little bit of availability, we do it for free.
Okay, that's excellent, great, and which is probably one of the reasons why I just want to congratulate you yet again on being acknowledged by the County State Association, or the California State Association of Counties, for the civil rights training that that you do. And I'm very proud to live in a county that facilitates such a thorough and impactful training. So thank you for your great leadership in this whole area, Juan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor.
Supervisor Alejo.
I just wanted to also thank Lisette and Juan and the rest of the members of his team for the work they're doing throughout the year. I think they've shown that with some good structural changes and the use of technology, it really helps institutionalize and facilitates our over 5,000 plus county employees to be able to get these needed trainings that I think make the workplace better, but help boost morale, help reduce conflicts with the organization so large as ours. So it's critical. These trainings go a long way to making our county a better place to work, and certainly reflects some of the issues that are not only discussions locally, but national debates these days. But I think Supervisor Lopez and I had asked for this report to come forward from the Equal Opportunity Commission, because it also helps encourage, I think, our department heads to know that we're looking at the amounts of trainings. They broke it down in the report by department, so I hope this is something that we do regularly, because it helps them get, I think, more compliance and more willingness from our departmental leaders to want to bring their numbers up, and certainly the numbers have gone up in some trainings that we have some work to do in others. But I think just fleshing these out and having it regularly come to the board at least once a year, I think will help them just have a little bit more boost in getting more the percentages up in each department of the county. Thank you.
Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, just my appreciation as well to Lisette and Juan for bringing this forward. I know when we saw it at the committee level, it was really one of those things we appreciate where we are and we believe we can do better. Given COVID, there's a lot more emphasis on Zoom. And so appreciate everything you can do moving forward, and know that the reason we recommended to come here is to really make sure that the entire county family knows about our focus on these issues, focus on equity, and the fact that we do monitor these metrics. And I believe that there's room for improvement, but I know that you and your team have done an incredible job over the last year, like the rest of America, of catching up to today and what it looks like in terms of training via Zoom. And so with the focus on equity and the focus on the challenges that lay before us in terms of training, we appreciate all that you guys do. So thank you for bringing this forward today.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just had a couple questions, and I think I know that you track this by department heads as well. Are there any departments that we really need? I mean, you don't have to answer this question, but I'd be very interested in knowing which departments maybe need a little nudge or encouragement. If there's a need to ensure that all of our county employees have the opportunity to engage in this kind of thinking and training. And I think that this is especially relevant given our recent adoption of the racism as a public health issue. And I'll add on to that, these significant disparities that we're seeing within vaccination rates. I think that comes back to us and how we are engaging and working to overcome barriers that exist in the community that have been structurally and systemically there for generations. And then the other question I have, the Board of Supervisors and our staff, you're also keeping track of our participation in all of these trainings as well, right?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And is there a formal, and I'm new in this space right here, but is there a formal chance for the board members to engage in these trainings? Is that something that we need to schedule? Are we up to speed? Do we need to find time to have these conversations, and maybe we could have them together as a group?
We would, I mean, we would absolutely love to have you in one of our trainings. I think that our county colleagues would really appreciate seeing you in the trainings. We also know you're really busy working out in the community, so we're also very happy to schedule maybe something with once the department heads are due, for example, we can also invite the Board of Supervisors and we could get everybody trained up in one session, for example. But yeah, we do keep track. In answer to your question about the nudging, I have to thank Supervisors Lopez and Alejo very much for this opportunity, because yeah, we do believe in transparency and accountability, and that's why we've been filing the reports. There are definitely departments that need a few nudges, but we found that those departments are usually the ones that have those 24/7 type of shifts. And what we've been talking to some of those departments too is they're waiting for us to have that online self-paced training to facilitate it and be able to, some downtime, they can take it from their computer versus having to schedule 2 hours out of the day and do it right. So Natividad, for example, comes to mind, maybe the sheriff's office, 911, those departments that need the 24/7. I will mention, if you indulge me a little bit, there are departments that are doing fantastic. Public defender being one of them, they're 100% in both trainings. I also want to mention the tax collector, who's also 100% of both trainings. The assessor, almost close to 100, it's 98 and 98%. And the auditor controller, which is 194. Now, I see Valerie there. I have to mention, she's also 100 and 100%. So are we, but we do recognize we're some of these smaller departments, so it's probably a little bit easier. But those departments that are mentioned, kudos. I mean, those department heads are on top of their employees, and also their LMS coordinators, who are our liaison to the department, that really helps us get those numbers up.
Thank you, Juan. And I'll just say, as for me, where we sit, our behavior really does set expectations for how our employees are, modeled to engage with each other. So I just, as a board, think it's important that we also take advantage of the resources that you're providing us, and look at our own engagement and look at our own interactions. It's a political space, so our dynamics are slightly different, but there really are, times and situations where that line gets crossed, and so being able to utilize the resources that you're providing to the rest of our community would be, I think, really beneficial. All right, is there any public comment on this item?
Madam Chairperson, I think Supervisor Alejo raised his hand.
Oh, okay, yep, perfect. Okay, we'll be right there. Okay, any public comment? No public comment. We'll bring it back to Supervisor Alejo.
I just wanted to mention that I do definitely have done the in-person trainings that Charles and Juan tag team before everything closed down a couple years ago. But over the fall, and since we were all Zooming, the online option was very good as well. And I took care of a lot of my trainings over the last fall, so it's good to have both options under different circumstances, but the trainings have really improved. They're good. And when you're due for a training, they get the friendly reminder emails, and they don't stop until you do them. So I think those also help me make sure that reminded me that what trainings I still needed to do, and make sure that I did it, and otherwise the emails wouldn't stop. So thank you.
We love that feature because
tools.
It's either the computer or me calling, probably.
Wonderful. Well, thank you again for your flexibility and coming back to us. I think that it's clear that there's appreciation of the work and appreciation of our employees engaging and continuing their own learning journeys. So thank you. All right, we will receive this report. I didn't hear any direction given. So we can move on to item number 20, which is to adopt a resolution to authorize County of Monterey to opt out of AB 1976 assisted outpatient treatment, also known as Laura's Law. We have a presentation from Melanie Rhodes, who's our Behavioral Health Services Manager 2 from the Health Department. I will pass the microphone over to you, Melanie. Thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Melanie Rhodes. I'm a Program Services Manager with the Health Department Behavioral Health Bureau, and thank you so much for having us. We have before you today a resolution for opting out of assisted outpatient treatment, AOT, also known as Laura's Law. To briefly summarize, in 2002, Laura's Law, AB 1421, was passed as an opt-in option for counties, intended for individuals who had difficulty maintaining their mental health stability, for those individuals that were not engaging in treatment, but their mental illness was impacting their ability to be safe in the community. This law allowed the courts to order people into mental health treatment. Funding was not available for implementation. In August of 2020, AB 1976 was passed and will take effect July 1st, making Laura's Law an opt-out rather than an opt-in for counties. With the same target population as described above, the court may order individuals to participate in treatment. However, assisted outpatient treatment does not require individuals to take prescribed psychiatric medication. That is a separate legal process and usually involves involuntary psychiatric hospitalization. AOT is also a civil, not a criminal matter. which means there are no legal consequences if a person does not participate in court-ordered mental health treatment. No funding is made available to implement this program, and existing services must not be reduced. A broad range of individuals in the community can refer a person for AOT services by making a request to behavioral health. Behavioral health then evaluates the appropriateness of the referral, provides outreach and engagement services, screening and assessment. If appropriate, behavioral health then files a petition with the court, and the court has 5 business days to hold a hearing. If a person continues to not engage in treatment, even after being court-ordered, there are not significant consequences because it is a civil matter. Additionally, the person cannot be placed in a psychiatric inpatient hospital for lack of participation in AOT. They would need to meet the criteria for an involuntary hold pursuant to Welfare and Institutions Code 5150. We acknowledge the impact the quote unquote black robe effect can have for some individuals, but that may be for a small subset of people. Behavioral health knows that building trust and relationship is key to getting people engaged in their treatment and their recovery. AB 1976 outlines specific services that must be offered under AOT, including community-based care, low client to staff ratios, outreach and engagement, crisis intervention and evaluation, substance abuse services, family and peer involvement, housing support, medication support, vocational services, and services that are culturally and linguistically responsive. Behavioral health currently offers these services described above and the following additional services. We have collaborative courts for mental health and drug treatment, DUI, veterans treatment, and military diversion, as well as mental health diversion and misdemeanor competency restoration. We provide services to the AB 109 population. We have crisis residential services to avoid hospitalization or to be used as a step down following a psychiatric inpatient hospital stay. Day treatment programming, which is an intensive service that supports recovery when the person is struggling to manage mental health symptoms, as well as acute psychiatric hospitalization and LPS involuntary commitment for those who are a danger to themselves, others, or gravely disabled. Moreover, behavioral health has assertive community treatment teams throughout the county, which focus on outreach and engagement to serve individuals like those described under AOT. We are asking for a resolution to opt out of AOT. Opting out continues to give behavioral health the flexibility it needs to use existing resources in meeting the needs of our community through an array of services while continuing to align with the county's overall health equity goals. As noted earlier, AOT is an unfunded mandate. There would be additional costs to behavioral health and other county departments, and there cannot be a reduction in other programming levels. AOT would require general fund dollars or funding from other sources for behavioral health, county council, the public defender, and the courts. In closing, in Monterey County, behavioral health offers services that truly embody the spirit of AOT, and we believe go above and beyond the AOT expectations. AOT would create an unnecessary administrative burden on our system. Behavioral health currently works closely with the Public Guardian's Office and our other partners to meet the needs of those with disabling mental illness. Behavioral health knows that noncompliance isn't solved by coercion. Building trust and developing relationships through outreach and engagement are best practices for helping people get connected to treatment and on the path of recovery. Overall, behavioral health served more than 13,000 individuals last fiscal year. We've seen a 25% increase in the last 5 years and a 69% increase in the last 10 years. Last fiscal year, alone within our adult system of care, we saw a 17% increase in new clients with severe mental illnesses being served. And those are people that were not previously seen in our behavioral health system of care. For the reasons summarized here and outlined in greater detail in the documentation you've been provided, Behavioral Health is recommending that the board approve this resolution for Monterey County to opt out of assisted outpatient treatment. Madam Chair, this concludes my comments. Members of the behavioral health team and I are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And it sounds like a lot of work went into studying the issue and bringing a recommendation forward. Colleagues, any thoughts or comments? Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, Melanie, I'm just wondering if you can share with the board just the voter positions that came from the Behavioral Health Commission when this was presented. I think that's important, as that's a group that we asked to do some of this work in terms of investigation and giving support or recommendations.
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of your statement. My apologies.
Can you share with the board what came out of the Behavioral Health Commission when this item was presented?
Sure, I can defer to, I believe we have Michael Listman and John Drake on the call who were present at that meeting and could speak to that. Perhaps.
Okay, I'll share. It was not an easy decision. Know that there was a good, robust conversation. There were concerns, but at the end of the day, the commission did vote to support this position. And I think that's critically important, as that is a group of experts, consumers, and professionals that we trust to do this work. So just wanted to share that. It was a robust conversation, and I think that's critical to understand, is that recommendation was to support staff's position today. Thank you.
Supervisor Phillips, were you? Yep.
Yeah, I will support the resolution. I'm just not in favor of a lot of times of the state mandating and directing how we're going to run things locally. And I was part of it when the states took over the court system, and they got that through money. They said, well, we needed money at the time. When they gave us money, we knew there was going to be connections. But frankly, I think we did a better job running the courts when we weren't mandated how we were going to run it, and we ran it with local control. And I think we've done a pretty good job here. I know I was the one that started the mental health court here, that really brought in behavioral health and social services and all the people in one court to do it. And studying that, we flew down to San Bernardino. Dr. Fithian actually brought in a plane for us, and we all flew down there to study what they were doing there, and we set it up here. And at least the time I was on the bench, it was really a pretty innovative program that we had. I know other jurisdictions then came and studied what we were doing here. So, I prefer of us keeping local control on this and other ones, but I don't see the advantage. I see a lot of disadvantages to opting in on the Laura's Law. So, thank you.
I do have a question, Melanie. So when I was reading through and understanding it, some of the requirements are that we if from a funding perspective, there's no additional dollars available if we chose to opt in, and yet dollars would come out of our existing system of care. If funding was unlimited and this was a fully funded option, would that change the decision or the recommendation that you're making today? If you can answer that question.
I think for the fiscal piece, I am going to turn it over to John Drake, our Assistant Bureau Chief.
Hi everyone, John Drake, Assistant Bureau Chief. So regarding the fiscal aspects, the code is quite clear that services are not to be supplanted. So this would be an additional services. We feel that the services we provide now do a very good job of addressing these concerns, and so for that reason, we don't feel the need to burden the general fund with additional funds.
Okay. Let's take it out to public comment. I see that there are at least one hand raised, and we did receive some public comment in writing via email as well, so we'll make sure everyone had a chance to review that. And Andrea, we will give you permission to speak. And if we could, I think you had a chance to comment this morning. Usually we would only do one comment, but I know you're here for this item, so we'll we'll welcome you again. Thank you for sticking it out with us this afternoon.
Thank you. First and foremost, I just want to say how completely disappointed I am with everything that Ms. Rhodes said. Basically, here's what I heard from a mom's perspective, and there are many of us out there that have children that have mental health issues, is we don't have enough money to support your child. And I also heard one of the supervisors say that they don't want somebody else telling them what to do in our city or our county. So my question would then be, what are you going to do for my kid then? Because my son has been with behavioral health since he was very small. We still had to fight for absolutely everything we had. And it's just not there. What you're saying is if you have a kid that's willing to come in, and you have a kid that's willing to get treatment, willing to talk to people, willing to take meds, willing to do all of those things, then great. You're a great service. My kid doesn't think there's anything wrong with him. He refuses to go in and get help. So my choice now is send him to jail. That's it. That's all I got is send him to jail because my county is not providing any services for him. This county had to send my child to Utah for services when he was in high school because they didn't have any resources here. That is completely and 100% disappointing.
Thank you for joining us again and for your comments, Andrea. Is there any other public comment on this item? Seeing no hands raised, I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the board. And I did see, was Michael's Littman's hand raised?
Yes, I was just going to respond to the question earlier. Michael Listman, Deputy Director with Behavioral Health. There's certainly some value to the AOT program if we had absolutely unlimited resources. Certainly, you know, the black robe effect works with a very small number of people. We had as Supervisor Lopez said, we had very a robust conversation at the Behavioral Health Commission about this, and there are differing opinions about it. We really believe that the funding that it would cost to the administrative costs to the system as a whole and the different departments that Melanie mentioned would be less useful than using that money to provide other intensive outpatient services to address the needs of our community. And it is true that there are clients of all ages that refuse services, and it's very challenging and painful when we're not able to reach clients, people with that we recognize have serious needs.
Thank you for adding context to that question. So I guess one follow-up question I have is, what do we do when we have someone who isn't willing to voluntarily engage in treatment? What options are available to us without this AOT program in place?
So, Michael, again, so we do have, I mean, one of the things that we do is a very constant outreach and engagement to those individuals. If they meet the criteria for the 5150 72-hour hold, we bring them into the mental health unit at Natividad and work with them to get them stabilized and get the medications. And in some cases, even they get longer term care at one of our longer term facilities that we contract with throughout the state. So there are many approaches, and they don't all work with all clients because it is a voluntary, it's primarily a voluntary system as long as a person is caring for themselves and providing for their food, clothing, and shelter. And so the current laws in California prevent us from compelling people to get treatment, even though we believe that people would benefit from mental health, substance use, and other kinds of primary care treatments that are severely impacting their lives.
And then how many people end up in jail because they don't go in for the 5150, or they get out of the 5150, and that's is that essentially then the default option for?
That's true, Supervisor Root Askew, that there are a certain percentage of people that do end up in jail. It's said that the jail in Los Angeles is the largest mental health facility in the country. So there is a certain percentage of the people that are in our jails with mental health issues because there's not enough locked facilities with mental health specific mental health services and funding for those services for our county and for the state, for clients throughout the state, as well as housing. That's one of the big issues that is also contributes to mental illness and the complications with mental illness because of a lack of affordable housing for folks and supported housing.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you very much for this thought-provoking presentation. And Michael, this is a question for you, I think. Do we have any idea, any handle on the numbers of children, of people, kids, young people who fall into the same category as Ms. Boutel's son? You know, those who refuse treatment and yet are, of legitimate age.
Yeah, I work more exclusively with our adult system of care 20 and above and 25 and above. So that would be a question for Marty Sandoval, who's our deputy director, or I could, connect with her and get back to the supervisors on the answer to that question. We probably have to do a little more digging on what percentage of the folks that get referred to us for the children's system of care meet that kind of criteria.
And then can you tell me, does the organization Interim provide care for children for people like Andrea Boutel's son?
So,
I don't know if you even know the answer to that or not.
I do, because Interim Incorporated is our largest provider in the adult system of care. So they're pretty much exclusively providing services for adults 18 and above that we refer to them. They also do a significant amount of outreach and engagement to homeless and referrals for homeless that are serious mentally ill. But they're really working with the adult population. That's who we've contracted with them to provide services for.
Thank you for your answers.
And Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I got to say, I empathize with the lady that called in, but the way the law is in California, you just can't, if someone won't accept the resources that are offered them, unless you find that they're unable to care for themselves or they're at risk of safety of others, you can't do anything about it. That's why the mental health court worked pretty well, because so many of these people get circulated through the criminal justice system and go to jail about 8 to 10 times the rate of people without the mental issues. So once we got them into court, then we bring them back every 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and you had a carrot and a stick, and you could make sure they were getting the resources they needed, and you used the criminal handles to bring about the services. But it's with the way the law is in California, to mandate someone do something they don't want to do, it's a pretty high standard. It's difficult to get there, especially if the person won't voluntarily accept it. But Interim, I got to say, for the people that are voluntarily going to, to me, it's an amazing, a positive organization. So.
All right. I do see we have Andrea's hand raised again. We only do public comment once, so unfortunately I'm not able to call on you a third time today, but I do want to encourage you to continue to remain in communication with the board via the email that you communicated with us earlier. So it sounds like we need to make a decision about how to proceed. The last question that I have is, if we decide today to opt out of AB 1796, is this something that we do on an ongoing basis? Would we be able to reconsider if our funding situation changed or if circumstances change? And what would trigger that reconsideration?
Yes.
Hi,
John.
Yeah, Yeah, so this is a matter that should we choose to opt out, we would need to bring it before your board every single year. So it's an annual opt-out if we choose to do so.
Okay, that's helpful for me. All right, do we have any further conversation or discussion about this item? Otherwise, I'd be happy to entertain a motion for action.
This is Lopez, I'll move staff
Lopez, yep.
recommendation.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Lopez, a second from Phillips to authorize the staff recommendation, which would be to opt out of AB 1976. I will do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. And I do hope that we can follow up with anyone in the community who has concerns about their own children and do everything in our power to provide assistance and both for the children as well as the family members. Thank you. Okay, we are moving on to item number 21. 21 is a response to a board referral to adopt a resolution expressing interest in participating in a viability study to establish a Central Coast Public Bank encompassing the counties of Santa Cruz, Monterey, San Benito, San Luis Obispo, and Santa Barbara. And staff is looking for some direction today. I'd like to introduce Juan Pablo Lopez, our principal analyst from the Budget Department.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Juan Pablo Lopez, Administrative Analyst. This oral presentation is a response to a board referral submitted on April 20th. In 2020, the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors passed a resolution supporting the concept of a Central Coast Public Bank. This bank could encompass the counties of Santa Cruz, Monterey, San Benito, San Luis Obispo, and Santa Barbara. The Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors reached out to local counties and cities seeking support in creating a feasibility study. The Santa Cruz City Council expressed support in early 2020. The first step in establishing a public bank under the state's new regulations is a feasibility study to determine the amount of collateral and initial investment needed to launch such a venture. The proposed resolution expresses your board's initial interest in this study. This support indicates a future financial commitment toward its cost. The Budget Office and the Santa Cruz County estimate the cost of such a study to range from $250,000 to $500,000. The cost could surpass these preliminary estimates. Things that drive up the cost for the studies could include the number and diversity of stakeholders, the governance structure, the complexity of the business strategy, and the degree of detail needed in the analysis. After the state adopted AB 857, many counties and local governing bodies considered feasibility studies. The pandemic has been a large factor in many of these studies not taking place. San Francisco established a task force to complete one. That report was received by their board in 2019, but no action was adopted. From conversations with their staff, their board is starting over and will hire another consultant for a new study. According to the state, no government has applied yet. It's a substantial undertaking, and it will take some time for any government to decide if it's feasible, much less to figure out how to construct all of the plans and processes needed, and then submit all of that required information to support an application. This concludes my presentation.
I think this is a board referral from Supervisor Alejo, so I'll invite Supervisor Alejo to comment first, and then we'll make the rounds.
Yeah, thank you. Even prior to this letter of interest, Supervisor Lopez and I had submitted a prior referral on this topic, but I want to thank Juan Pablo Lopez for doing a concise but very comprehensive overview of the changes that have been made in this and the interest of local governments to explore this. This actually came because Santa Cruz County Supervisor Zach Friend sent a letter to us just asking if we would be interested in just doing a preliminary early interest in doing further exploration. He made it very clear that this was early, just to express if we were interested, and if there was enough counties among the ones that were just read out, then we would come back and see if we would want to take the next step, which is looking at sharing the cost of the feasibility. So this is just that early expressed interest, and if there isn't enough from the other listed counties, then perhaps this goes nowhere. But it was more just to ask Monterey County if we were interested in doing this early exploration. There is a group of community leaders, I think so far in Santa Cruz and Monterey counties, that are interested in doing some work in further exploration of a public bank for the Monterey Bay, or Central Coast, I should say. And so I'd love to hear from some. I think we've had a couple community members to come speak and during public comment about the importance of looking at the possibilities of a public bank for the Central Coast. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great. Any initial questions from my colleagues on the board before we go to public comment? Supervisor Phillips.
Well, yeah, obviously I have a real concern about counties getting involved in banking business. I think it's completely outside our lane, what our core functions are. But I haven't heard who we think would benefit from this that can't get loans anyway. And then I'd like to hear from Mary Zeeb or someone where the money. I assume we would take taxpayers' money and where would the money come from? I assume we take it out of strategic reserve and invest taxpayers' money in a bank, and then apparently, from what I read, we wouldn't have control of that bank. I mean, we'd have representations on it, but it would be controlled by some other entity. But I guess my question is to Mary Zeeb, if where and if we can take money from the Treasury and put it in there. So.
Great, thank you. And I do see we have Mary Zeeb on the line. Mary, do you want to respond to those questions?
Absolutely, Chair Rudascu. Good afternoon, Mary Zeeb, County Treasurer, Tax Collector. I do want to say that I was contacted by the CAO's office when this referral first came forward, and I declined to take the lead in this because I didn't really think adopting this resolution had anything to do with the Treasurer Tax Collector. But after I read the report, unfortunately as late as yesterday, I saw a statement that might lead you to believe that the assets that I hold in the county treasurer's investment pool could be used to capitalize a financial institution. So I really do want to set the record straight on that, because I think it's important that you have all the information before you make a critical decision. So I do have a statement because I thought I was going to have to do it during public comment. And if the chair would indulge me, I'd be happy to read that right now. Okay. All right, so on the surface, the idea of a public bank can seem appealing. It said that establishing a public bank would achieve cost savings, strengthen local economies, support community economic development, and address infrastructure and local housing needs by leveraging local taxpayer dollars in the banking system. As stated earlier, the State Department of Financial Protection and Innovation, which is the DFPI, which was formerly the DBO, must review applications for new banks. They have to look at capital, asset quality, management expertise, earning potential, sensitivity to market risks. And given the uncertainty of a public bank's ability to meet these risk thresholds, it may be years before the DFPI could approve a public bank. As a treasurer tax collector for the County of Monterey, I strongly oppose establishing a public bank based on the underlying premise of which this proposal is founded, by using county, school, and special district assets to capitalize a bank. Every county in California has a Treasury pooled investment fund, which consolidates county, school, and special district funds to facilitate banking and short-term investments prior to expenditure. To sustain operations, a bank needs an initial funding commitment and a deposit base. Any Monterey County money currently held in bank accounts in the investment pool has already been allocated, reserved, or restricted via the budget process. It cannot be used or invested except in accordance with state law and the county's investment policy. However, public bank proponents have created a false sense that a public bank could operate on the infusion of county dollars otherwise invested in Wall Street institutions. Because the security of the county investment pool funds is my single and highest priority and responsibility, investing in a newly formed public bank would violate state statute and public trust.
California law mandates that trustees of public money, including the treasurer tax collector of Monterey County, follow a three-tiered hierarchy in managing those funds. First, I must preserve the safety of the principal. Second, I must ensure liquidity needs can be met. And finally, I must achieve a reasonable rate of return on the investment. I am obligated to act as any prudent investor would. California law also requires that financial institutions that hold government deposits collateralize the deposits above the FDIC limit anywhere between 105 to 150% of the value, depending on collateral. And also, to be eligible to hold government deposits in a financial institution, they must receive an overall CRA or Community Reinvestment Act rating of satisfactory or better. Finally, California law and the Monterey County investment policy also specifies how I may invest idle funds and how much I can deposit in any one institution. For all the aforementioned reasons, I strongly oppose the establishment of a public bank that requires or relies on taxpayer funds held in the county investment pool. That's just not an option. So I strongly urge you to consider what alternate sources of discretionary general fund dollars could be redirected for possibly decades to capitalize a public bank and incorporate that concept into this resolution and the viability study. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary, for being here and for pulling together your comments for us today. Other board comments? Otherwise, I'll go out to public comment and then bring it back to us. Okay, let's go to public comment. We have two hands raised, so we'll start with George Riley. George, we'll give you permission to speak. You'll have to manually unmute yourself. Thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you. Am I on?
Yeah, you're on, and we've got 3 minutes on the clock. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, first of all, I want to thank Supervisor Alejo for bringing this forward. I'm intrigued by Supervisor Phillips' argument on the previous item of supporting local control of the courts and resisting some of the state prerogatives that come down through law. But on the other hand, I think this is a new adventure. This is a policy question, not an investment question. I think your treasurer, Mary Zeeb, I would love to call you and see if I could spend a little time with you to talk about where we think we want to go with this. I'm one of the steering committee or organizing group members in Monterey County. I just think that there are several categories of interest that may apply as a policy question, but not as an investment question, because it's way too early to address the investment side of this question. But the assumption that's been made that it's illegal or inconsistent with state law, I don't think is accurate, because 857, when it was passed, allowed for treasurers to invest in a local bank if there is one that's been approved. And it's a local choice. It's not a requirement, but it's a local choice about how that might work. The major categories of interest for a public bank, first of all, they're lower cost, because as a public bank, there would be not a profit motive, and the fees and interest rates would probably be lower. But a bank is still expected to make some money. The categories of interest seem to be infrastructure, affordable housing, and to serve the underserved. And those are the three categories that have repeated often in the other discussions going forward in public agencies right now. But this is only exploratory, and I just want to emphasize that again. The staff report was pretty good, I thought. Supervisor Alejo made the point as well. This is kind of an exploratory option. I think if it begins to come together in some fashion, and we won't know until we have more people participating and expressing interest and so on. But I think if it seems to come together, then I think Monterey County could be one of the leaders in making something like this happen. Anyway, I want to remind the treasurer, I would love to, and I will try to get in touch with your office and see if we can't have a conversation. And thank you for bringing this forward, Supervisor Alejo and Lopez. And I hope you will approve it and see how we explore going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, George, for your comments. Next up, we have Reed. Reed will give you permission to unmute yourself, and we've got 3 minutes on the clock. Thank you for joining us today.
Great, thank you very much. My name is Reed Geisreiter. I am also, as George is, a member of People for Public Banking, urging the creation of the Central Coast Public Bank. That aside, I did retire in 2017 after a 25-year career at Comerica Bank, where I retired as the regional president for Santa Cruz and Monterey counties. As the staff report said, AB 857 is the enabling legislation for public banks. There is several distinctions I want to draw from between a public bank and a commercial bank. First, that a public bank would be staffed by professional bankers, but not subject to generous executive salaries. And secondly, that without shareholders, the public bank is not beholden to the motives to return a profit to its shareholders. So with these advantages, the public bank can offer reduced rate loans to local jurisdictions, can offer competitive rates on municipal deposits, and lastly, can place emphasis on desirable local priorities such as affordable housing. So I very much appreciate the comments from the treasurer tax collector. I do want to add that the AB 857 does not eliminate any of the risk associated with a banking. So the deposits would be collateralized no different than they are today as in a commercial bank. The bank would be capitalized no different than it is today with a commercial bank. Then the bank would be operated by a professional management team of professional bankers. As well, the bank would be regulated by the FDIC or similar state regulatory agencies. So as George has said, I too would encourage a further dialogue with your treasurer tax collector. However, today, I do think there's the ability to have a further discussion about this issue relative to the viability study that will be further discussed and ask for your approval of the resolution in front of you. Thank you.
Next up, we have Karen Araujo. Karen, we will give you permission. You'll need to unmute yourself on your side, and we've got 3 minutes on the clock. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. I'm Karen Araujo. I live in Salinas. I too am part of the group to which Reed and George referred. There are 20 such groups that we know of around the state of California since California law was enacted to allow this formation. The city of Delray Oaks approved a resolution last week, and the county of Santa Barbara approved a similar resolution today. And they also set aside $25,000 to fund a viability study. I am also letting you know that a copy of a resolution passed by the Monterey County Democratic Party and the Progressive Democrats of America Monterey Area Chapter was forwarded to the clerk of the board. Had I been in the chambers, I would have handed a paper copy to the staff person. But that resolution is in support of establishment of a California network of viable public banks to meet the state and local needs. And we are in agreement through the California Democratic Party that this is in keeping with our values for sustainable communities and business and the economy. So we believe this is a great direction to go into. And as George mentioned, this is a policy matter. And I would like to speak the name of Timothy W. Wilson. The late Tim Wilson was a great advocate for public banks for many, many years. I wish he was here to see the turning of the tide across the nation and in California as public banks are coming to fruition. This is going to be the beginning of a wonderful movement in our nation, and will address many of the problems, really helping to alleviate the huge income disparities between our constituents, and by providing loans to targeted businesses, helping locales deal with the COVID economic crisis, help fund the enormous needs we all have to deal with climate change and environmental protection, and partner with local community banks and credit unions for expanded local financing opportunities on local projects. All of this is articulated in the resolution. Thank you so much, Supervisor Alejo, for bringing this forward, and thank you to all the supervisors. I hope we get an affirmative vote today.
Thank you, Karen. Next up, we have Brett Garrett. Brett, we'll give you permission to unmute your microphone, and we have 3 minutes on the clock for you. Thank you for joining us today.
Hi, this is Brett Garrett. I just want to support what the other speakers have said, and my feeling is that the safety of deposits is actually improved when you can add another option for depositing funds, especially when those deposits can be directed right back into the community. Setting up a public bank doesn't require you to put everything in the public bank. It just presents another option. And I just want to be supportive and not take up too much of your time. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments today. We do appreciate all of the public feedback. I'm going to close public comment, seeing that there are no additional hands raised. I'm going to bring it back to our board. I do have a couple questions. When our board previously was asked to consider a local study, the cost was estimated to range from $100,000 to $500,000. Is this what the same a multi-county viability study might cost? And is the action that we're taking today, at what point would we be making a commitment of funds? Just to be really clear. Is that something, San Pablo?
Hi, as Chair Askew.
Yes.
So the previous referral report was just if the county went and approached this on its own. And those were the estimates that we received from our research. This new estimate is based on the memo sent out by the County of Santa Cruz and also by our research as well. It depends on how complicated we can get, the amount of people that are hired to do these studies, that cost could go up a lot higher. We've asked San Francisco to give us an estimate, and we're waiting to see what their cost would be for their proposed new study. But that's the range that we have now, and it could go up if we have more research. And I know that Santa Cruz County would ask for some sort of funding at a later date once they see how many different agencies are willing to support the study.
So in theory, I'm definitely supportive, and I especially like some of the ideas of having a regional bank that could create options for additional housing support and funding, which was highlighted in the resolution. So I am supportive of continuing conversation, but I am very hesitant to jump into something where we would be committing dollars that really, as far as I understand, would only be able to come from general fund to conduct a study that could potentially then commit us to something much larger than that. The San Francisco study that had been done, made reference to decades of general fund subsidies that would be required. So I definitely have some hesitations and would want to ensure that anything that we pursue does have the possibility of isn't putting us in a situation where we're going to be draining our resources that we really do need for other critical services and funds. But having said that, I think that there are some very basic additional questions that need to be considered. So if the action today can be very clear that what we're moving forward with is that we would like to be able to continue engaging in a conversation to understand answers to some of these questions before we commit to any dollars. That is something that I would be comfortable proceeding with. I see that Supervisor Alejo has his hand raised again, and then Mary Adams.
Yes, I agree with you, Madam Chair. I just hope that the discussion just doesn't cut because we got incomplete information. I hope that if we at least express interest, and before they come and ask if they get enough support to do a feasibility study before we make a decision there to commit any funds, maybe at that time we could have a more comprehensive discussion and balanced presentation about what public banking looks like. I'm surprised that there would be a report done by San Francisco because the law was just signed in 2019. The law went into effect January 1st, 2020. The pandemic shutdown was in March of 2020. So it hasn't really, it really shifted priorities at a time when local governments couldn't really fully explore what public banking looks like. And new laws have allowed for new possibilities. We have the Central Coast Community Power because legislation was done to look at alternatives where local governments are able to look at different models for acquiring energy, and same with public banking. And I have all respect for my friend Mary Zeeb, but her association, the California Association of County Treasurer Tax Collectors, was one among the few, but the most ardent opposers of AB 857. And so that's why I'm not surprised that she would speak on behalf of her association. The other, there was about a few others, but including the California Bankers Association, that were opposed to the legislation. But I would encourage my colleagues to look at the analysis for this bill, a long list of a wide range of community organizations, from the environment, climate, environmental justice, community, labor, a lot of organizations that were really trying to encourage local governments to look at other possible models. So there was a reason why the legislature approved this kind of a model, and the governor signed off on it. But it's worth now not just saying no with incomplete information. Let's have a thoughtful discussion about what this could look like. What are the benefits or downsides, and then make a decision at a future point. But at this point, just saying we're interested in the discussion. We're not committing to anything. We're only committing to engage, to do some early exploration. But when this comes back, if we, with more information, if we decide that it's really something that we see or that may not be feasible, then we can make a decision at that point to not contribute any funds to a feasibility study. We still have those options. We still have that flexibility, but I would hope that we can at least do some further exploration about what public banking could look like for the Central Coast.
Supervisor Adams.
Thank you very much. And my first question is actually for Mary Zeeb, the A to the Z of the Marys today. So just wanted to ask you, Mary, what are we doing now with our cannabis funds? I ask this question, as you can see where I'm going, if we have difficulty investing them, would we not have more freedom to do that if we were in a public bank? This kind of concept?
Supervisor, we don't have any problem investing the cannabis funds at all. Once they are received by a governmental agency such as Monterey County, they become Monterey County funds, the same as any other money we would receive from any other tax payment or any fines or fees that come to the County of Monterey. So that in itself is not a problem. In fact, a public bank may have more issues trying to bank the cannabis industry, and I don't believe that was really where they wanted to go with this. I don't think this was intended to be a cannabis bank. It was intended to be, or is intended to be, a bank for all the other purposes cited by the individuals that have spoken earlier today. And I do want to say I'm not against public banking in concept. I am against using the pool funds to capitalize the bank. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for clarifying that. I know some years ago, I think when I was first elected, I had the opportunity to meet with someone who had been active in public banking in another state. In fact, talked about the state of North Dakota, where there is a very large statewide public bank. And I talked with Charles about it, and in fact, we ended up talking to Mary Zeeb about it at the time. And I know that you haven't changed your opinion on public banking in those numbers of years. But at any rate, I think as I look at this, I think of all of the other things that we've had the opportunity to collaborate with Santa Cruz County on, and now specifically all the ones that we're talking about, as Supervisor Alejo said, particularly 3CE, which has turned out to be a really great collaboration and something that has proven to be very helpful to the citizens of our community. So I'm really interested in pursuing more information about what this means, what public banking means. I too share the shivers when I look at trying to invest some amount of money, hearing of 100,000 to 500,000, even if that were just 100,000 spread out over their various counties, maybe it wouldn't be such a big bite. But I would like us to, I don't want us to cut this off. I think it's important for us to pursue some element of this, more information in whatever way we can get it before we commit funding to it. But I would not want to say totally, no, we're not interested. I think this is something that has the potential to be beneficial to Monterey County, and I would like to see us continue to look into it and pursue it a bit more. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Right. I'm going to move approval of the draft resolution expressing interest to participate in a viability study.
I would like to second it.
Okay.
Right. It looks like we have additional conversation. So we'll, Supervisor Lopez?
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to state my support. I mean, we're not asking for the money right now. We're asking to continue to look into it. And that's something I'm supportive of. This is a concept that's come up before. We've been told to hold off because things were moving at the state level. Things might happen here and there. But again, I think you guys have heard me say before, we can't wait for someone else to fix our problems. And I think this is just an opportunity to at least look into it. And there's nothing wrong with that. So at this point, I'd be supportive of the motion that's been made since I raised my hand. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind everyone that we're not going to take the lead. Santa Cruz County has committed that their staff will take the lead on this. And there is additional legislation moving this year on public banking, so it could help address some of the concerns that were raised. We might see more adjustments in current law. So and it's not a new concept. Even California has an iBank for financing infrastructure projects. So, and that's been around for decades. So again, I just want to say, let's not cut off the conversation early on without getting more details. And then at a future date, all of us are empowered to back off if we decide this is not where we want to go.
Thank you. All right, any final comments?
Well, just, I don't obviously see the need. I know we had a finance in M1W, we had a finance, and I think we came up with $140 million in financing from the state bank and with the other grants we were able to get. So we came up with, I think, $30 million in grants and the rest in financing. So I don't see the need, and I will not support the motion.
All right, I think I don't see any more hands raised, so we'll do a roll call vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
No.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. And with that, the motion carries. We'll look forward to continuing the conversation. At this point, we're going to ask for a readout from closed session by our county counsel.
There was no reportable action today, Chair.
No reportable action. All right. And I do believe, that we are closing, adjourning our meeting today in memory of Joan Blake, who's a former Marina City Council member in the community. And I don't have the documentation in front of me, but we will follow up with a letter for her family. And I do know that she was beloved. Her name is well known and loved in the city of Marina for the work that she did, both as a city council member and as a community volunteer. She spent hours and hours volunteering with local organizations, including, I believe, Friends of the Marina Library, and we will miss her deeply. With that, we will adjourn our meeting at 3:18, and we'll see you all back here, I believe, next week. Thank you.